Your kingdom is happy and content. Perhaps we should raise taxes. Oh, yeah. Oh, come on. They're not starving.
Shoot him, Wheels! Punch him with the fan! Oh, beat him with the fan! Oh! Wheels? Are you okay there? Wheels has no wheels at the moment. He's just running on foot, and I don't know where he's going.
Hey guys, there's a train here. Do the alcohol test. Let's see, I just caught one earlier. Okay, you're good. Alright. Should I do a drug test too? Okay, let's do it. Should I do a COVID test? Oh, oops, sorry. Okay, never mind.
Man, chainsaw? Cut down the tree for you? Are you just hanging in a tree?
Literally, I'm hanging in a tree. I might not be able to get two of them. I'll get the top one.
Take what you can. Sure. Oh, yeah,
Oh,
good.
nice!
I did take them both.
Put it in the bottom, yeah.
Square right in the bottom.
I'm just here without. Yeah. What the heck? These people crossing the road. Look at them, they're jumping.
I had that.
Okay, Cat. Yeah.
Oh, okay. He was about 20 minutes out when we started streaming.
Whoop.
It was probably
Oh, you didn't save it? Okay. Whoa! Oh, man. Oh. I'm a professional.
No. Excuse me, can you let me out?
Yeah, at the bus stop.
I just noticed Lincoln's ticket ran out 2 days ago.
Oh, that dude's weekly ticket ran out 2 days ago. Don't let the dents fool you. Right.
I don't miss my connection.
That's actually a good motto for my company, Bo. Your Wheels Incorporated. Don't let the dents fool you. I like it. It's got a ring to it. And hi guys, what's happening? How's it going today? Wheels here. Welcome back. We're back on Pleasant Valley, and happy Farming Friday. James, what's happening, dude? Hope your day is all right. Good to see you, Turtles. Well, he's in the chat. He's in the Discord, which, you know, James, you're welcome to join as well. But anyway, we got the Vermeer pack preview, pre-release DLC to take a look at today. However, I'm not going to do it yet. I'll be doing that in a little while. It's been an exciting day, to say the least. Oh, no. One of those, huh? Alright, well, let me fix my my joystick and my mouse and all that junk, because I didn't do that before I started, but then again, you know what? I don't want it there. Hold up. Okay. We got to do some desk organization. Okay. Okay, good, James. No problem, dude. All right. There, I think I got this fixed. All right. So, need to turn down the game in my ear now. All right. Anyway, welcome back to the stream, guys. Once again, hope you've had a great day, great night, whatever time of day it is for you. We're gonna fill the Goldmaster up. I've been kind of messing around on the farm here a bit, kind of do a little bit of this and that for now, and then I'll get to the review of the Vermeer DLC in just a few minutes. I thought I'd go ahead and get started first and do some of my farm chores, and then I'll get to that in just a little bit. That way it'll give a chance to anybody who does want to watch me look at it a chance to get in if they want to look and comment and stuff like that. So, but in the meantime, I need gold. I need gravel for my gold sifting. Because I mean, when is gold not good? This is definitely a moneymaker on Pleasant Valley. Incidentally, the final copy of Pleasant Valley is probably available on the SGA's forum right now, ! SGA. Pull that up if you're not a member of the SGA forum. Definitely highly suggest doing that. That's basically the main place where everything related to PV is now located as far as Pleasant Valley. Thank you, Turtle, for your services. Alright, so put a scoop of this in each, and this will keep the gold sifting while we're working on other stuff. So I took a grass field contract, field 71, and my plan is we're going to go ahead and lease the Vermeer equipment, and we'll go ahead and do that field. We'll start out by mowing it, and then we'll windrow it. And now it does require bale wrapping, which, that's fine. Vermeer doesn't have a bale wrapper, but I'll go ahead and handle that separate. I'm not sure if I'll do it during the stream. We'll see. Wait, it's this one that I need to put this in. So we'll top this off. Now, I do have a canola field that needs to be harvested, so I could go and do that. I had a field, well, let me check on my field that I was liming. So I may go ahead and harvest the field I've got. And then once I'm done harvesting that field, then we can take a look. Or I can go ahead and forgo that, and I can take a look at the top of the hour. So I feel like the self-propelled baler is a really cool machine. I don't generally do round bales, but I'm not opposed to it. Okay. But let's get rid of our gold bars over here. We'll put them off to the side. Not that I have to do that, but all right. So we can go back to the Terra track. This is finished. So we'll go ahead and take this back. This field does need to be, I believe it needs to be fertilized next. Let's see. Well, the nitrogen is bad, so I need to definitely do that. So we'll grab that. I think I'll probably do the Vermeer DLC before we harvest the canola, although it would be nice to get it off the field, but I think it'd be a nice thing for me to do when I'm finished. Now, I don't have any crops ready that have straw. So, unfortunately, I did my oat and rye yesterday. So, or yesterday in the the last farm sim stream that I did, I should say. So I don't have any straw left, but that's fine. Now, as far as the straw blower goes, I've got some round bales and some bales over at the animal section of my farm, where we'll show off that later. But in the meantime, I think I'm actually going to buy a lime truck instead of this setup next time. Okay, how much fertilizer I got? I should have plenty. So, and obviously my owned grass field is not ready to... I don't know, can you guys hear the game all right? Do I need to turn up the sound on the game? I think I'm fine. I mean, I can hear it, but not real loud. But I'm not sure at the OBS setting if you guys can hear the game at all. I mean, OBS says that it's putting out sound for that, but... Okay, so this is not going to fertilize right now. Yeah. You know what? It's not going to do it right now. I can hear it. It's quiet, but not bad. Okay. Yeah, you know what? This isn't going to let me... This is not going to let me fertilize that right now. All right. Okay, well, in that case... All right. Well, we won't worry about that then for now. Now, as far as that spreader goes... Let me look at my garage. Hey, KW, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. So if I sell it, is that the one I've got? If I sell that one I have, I don't have much money at the moment either, by the way. All my money's invested at the moment. Because what I want to do is I want to put one of these in, but I'm not going to have the money for that yet. So unfortunately, we're not going to do that. Let's go ahead and put this up. How goes the hunt today, KW? I mean, assuming that you're hunting. KW, I unlocked that perk where you can see the hunting information while you're walking now. So that was rather cool. Yeah, I like that. Now that is useful. I finally ventured into the moose area. All right, well, this is going to have to be done as well. Yeah, I've got lime over here. Oh, how do I unlock that perk? Okay, so you've got to examine 30 different individual animal signs or like tracks or like need zones, like your like I found a wolf feeding area, a resting area, water area. I examined moose tracks, those kind of things. No, nope. It just takes a while to do, though. All right, so let's spin around and we'll get this, and then we'll get this started. Like I said, just a few minutes, we'll play with the Vermeer equipment. I think I've got quite a bit of work to do with it. So, like I said, we're going to lease the equipment. But that definitely changes things to be able to walk around and find animals on that game, you know, and actually be able to do that while you're moving. All right. So, well, well, it's been a while since, a few days since Star Citizen now, hasn't it? That's always an option, right, James? All right. So, I'll do this one. I might do 2 passes, and then I'm going to hire a worker probably to deal with this. Because I kind of wanted to wait till about 6 o'clock, about at the top of the hour, to, like I said, wait for anybody to come into my stream that has an interest in what, you know, Wheels' review is. But I think the reviews are going to be very, very similar. It's just a matter of gameplay. I mean, other than Dave's review, I didn't even watch all of it, so I don't know exactly, but my wheel is still up. Oh. Well, okay, then, I mean, ATS is always, or Farm Sim, right? I mean, I see your point there, though. What a problem, right? No, I understand. I'm right there with you, man. All right, well, at the end of that, so that's why I use the Wheel Stand Pro. Though that's because you're a pro. KW is a pro gamer stream moderator. Of course, he's got the Wheel Stand Pro. I would expect nothing less from KW. You were going to build your own stand? don't really think I have anything to sell in the month of August. I do have some stuff that I could be selling in the month of September, though. So we're not going to be taking anything to market today, I don't think. Initially, I thought that it said that I could sell planks in August for the most amount, but that flipped over to September, so. All right. So we'll go ahead and do that if it'll let me. Game is stuck. You'll have to forgive my game, guys. In order to do the Vermeer pre-release, I had to update to 1.7, which is not available yet as part of the pre-release preview. And Giants 1.7 has caused some lagging on Pleasant Valley a little bit. So I hope that's something that they're going to fix before the full release, or if it's something they already have fixed. Hey, Matza, how you doing? Doing great, sir. How are you? So, yeah, so forgive me if the game's a little choppy. It's just the way it's been today. Actually, you know what? I do need to make sure that I have Steam turned off. And that off. Let's see. I don't know what else I could turn off. Now I am tired. You drink a bit and have barbecue. Okay. All right. So let's see. What do I want to do first? Well, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to tab out, and I have a video from, well, I'll tell you what. A short video from the manufacturer of the DLC. Let's see. Can I do this? Let's see. Start video. Okay. My screen's going to look wonky for just a second, guys. So I'm going to go ahead and go like that, and like that. Now you guys should be watching the video that I have here. So we'll start from the beginning. Ooh, you know what? I don't know if I have browser enabled. So let's go like that so you can hear it. Like this, like that. And let me just confirm that it's where it needs to be. Okay, you guys should be able to hear this.
We've learned to never settle, always finding a better way.
This is Vermeer's
So we ask
little
ourselves,
ad.
what can make it easier? Is there something we can change, improve, reimagine? How can we progress a legacy while honoring its past? The ZR5 is the first of its kind. A self-propelled baler that delivers game-changing performance, operator convenience, and control. baling automation with real-time adjustments that can't be replicated by a conventional baler. Independent front suspension provides a smooth ride with wide field visibility. Zero radius turning. Finish one pass, turn on a dime, and start the next.
That's nice.
Integrated quarter turn technology positions the baler for quicker, easier pickup.
Nice.
And when the job is done, the ZR5 can rally home at 30 plus miles per
That thing
hour.
will cruise at 30 miles per hour. Wow. Now, I don't know what it'll do in the game, but...
Bale hay like never before and save your tractor for other jobs. The Vermeer ZR5 self-propelled baler. Change the way you bale hay.
Okay, now I need to turn off the browser and the display. There we go. The ladder is too low. It's catching the window. No, I saw that too. I want my refund. Okay. Well, anyway, introducing the Vermeer DLC. So, from the inventors of the round baler comes a set of powerful and innovative machines for Farming Simulator 22, including the world's first self-propelled baler. The Vermeer pack includes 5 efficient and unique machines by the international manufacturer from North America. With the ZR5 1200 self-propelled baler by Vermeer, the first of its kind, you produce bales as fast as possible with great comfort and maneuverability, but without the necessity of a tractor. Zero turn capability and high transport speed saves you a lot of time in between fields. A trailed mower, a twin rake, as well as a high-duty baler and a bale processor are also included in the Vermeer pack to round off the selection of sturdy machinery to make your grassland operation more efficient. Okay, straight from the Giants website. So we got a couple things we're going to look at here. I'm going to go back into my game and go ahead and jump out and let that go. Kidding. I really like Vermeer equipment. It definitely well-built stuff. Really. Okay. Well, James is a real farmer, so he's apparently had some interaction with Vermeer in real life. But, yeah, what we're going to do is we're going to go in the shop and we're going to look at the machinery. First of all, I'm going right there. So we got balers. So where are you going to find this? Well, you're going to find the self-propelled baler, which we'll look at first here in vehicles. And you're going to have a couple options, it looks like, for rim colors. You can either do black or yellow with the rims. Incidentally, based on what I saw, these tires right here go up to the shoulder of a man. These are huge tires. So, I mean, you know, we got to zoom in order to get this. But this thing's easily, I'd say, 10 feet tall, it looks like, from real pictures. So it's a huge machine. You got your wheel setup. You got wide tires, standard or wide alone. It does have an 18 mile an hour work speed, 18 kilometers, 18 kilometers per hour. The GPS part is the GPS mod. So, which I'll put on, but it doesn't come with that, obviously. So that's what it looks like if you were going to buy it. $214,000 is what the shop price is on it. Of course, mine's going to be a little bit more because of the GPS, but you've got 200 horsepower, variable transmission. It's got your 333 liters of fuel, 48 kilometers per hour is your traveling speed, 4,000 liter bales, 8.9 tons. Your working speed is 18 kilometers, 48. So it does 30 miles per hour, 48 kilometers on the road. So that's quite fast. And it'll do your 125 through 180 centimeter bales. So it doesn't do the 225 size. I think there's maybe one other in there as well. Let me look back at the other balers, because I never remember exactly. But if I'm looking at, say, for example, the Rollant, this will do 125 centimeter bales. That's a square one. It's a square. Also, okay, there's the other Vermeer equipment. So 125 through 180 centimeter. The Vicom Fast Baler does only 125. So you're going to be able to get two different size round bales with that. The 125 through 180. One thing I'm curious about with the round bales, this thing will pick up those as well. So that's what you'll get from it. Oops. So let's go back to the actual piece of machinery, and I'll go ahead and put the GPS on it. I am going to lease it. So with the GPS on it, it's going to be $11,000 lease. That's fine. And now it should be right in front of me. Oh, well, it's out there. All right. So now, as far as this looks up close, you know, the way this looks at it, where my eyes are looking straight at it, doesn't necessarily do the size of the machine justice. And I think very rarely does the game actually do that, of course. But there's the machine. It's really cool. I watched a couple of videos about how they service this thing. You can like separate the baler from the actual vehicle, and a lot of your stuff that you work on is behind these panels. It's pretty great. Anyway, that's what she looks like on the outside. Definitely a wide swath there. If you look under here, I don't know if I can climb under there. I can't. You can see the tongs of the, or the tines on the bale gatherer itself. And get in and take a look. Of course, in Farm Sim, unless you go really wide, that wheel is 38-inch rim, roughly 6-foot tall tire. Right. So that's what I was thinking. If it's, I saw it up to the shoulders of a man. I think that guy was pretty tall. So 6-foot tire, there you go. That's a big tire, dude. So anyway, that's what she looks like on the inside. I mean, there's not a whole lot to it. It's pretty simplistic. I mean, very wide viewpoints to look at all parts of around on your field. So I like that as well. If I turn up my earphones, you can hear the engine running. It does have a bale counter as well that is located on the bottom of the HUD there, and you can actually reset it, so it's kind of like a trip. Several tractors with 38-inch wheels on them. Okay, so you know how big the tires are. So you have an automatic drop as well that you can turn off or on, and there's a couple extra things in there for some mods that I have. But if you were to turn on the baler, you can hear it moving. It looks cool. The belts and everything are moving. Now, if I lower it down, see how things look underneath. Lots of moving parts and stuff to it. can see where those belts are moving to keep the bale going in circles. All right. So if we raise it up, see that little bit raise up underneath. So definitely a nice unit. It's got, you know, all the probably stuff that you'll find with the real life one on here. I mean, it looks pretty detailed. I don't really know what I'm looking at, but to me, it looks very detailed. It's got spot for def, for the diesel. And, man, check out those front shocks. I guess from what I understand, which another video I've watched, it's a very smooth riding machine where, you know, when your tractor and a baler, from what I understand, it can be, you know, get quite bumpy depending. Now I want to find one of them in real life to check out. I mean, it's pretty nifty in real life. I mean, I watched them take the baler off the back of the vehicle on a video, and I thought that was pretty sweet right there. But from what I understand, it's very, very smooth ride, and really does a great job from what I've heard and seen. But those are crazy looking front there. Anyway, definitely neat. So while we're on the subject of balers, there is another round baler that comes with the pack. This is the 65N, and you're going to find it under balers, obviously. Now, you know, personally, I like the Vicon Fast Bale because it also wraps. This one isn't going to wrap it, but it's a definitely interesting machine. I think it has automatic discharge as well. 100 horsepower, 3.9 ton piece of equipment, 17 mile an hour working speed, and again the 125 through 180 centimeter bales as well. So I am going to lease one of these. Oh wait, I don't have enough money. Okay, well, we're going to fix that. We'll fix that. Hey, Ryan. Hold on, let me go borrow some cash. Okay. We got some cash. We'll be able to put it back because I'm doing a contract. So we've got it. So now we're going to go back to this again. We're going to go ahead. Or did I click buy? I might have clicked buy. I think I did. I can lease it for 2881. That's okay. I'm going to need some more money anyway because I'm going to run out. So yeah, I clicked buy. That was my mistake. So I can lease it 2,881. Go ahead and pick that up. And let's look at the next thing. It should be, I guess your windrower would be fine. This is the Vermeer R2800, 2-ton machine, 80 horsepower, 8.5 meters, 17 kilometer per hour working speed. So 33,000 to buy. I don't know, Turtle, maybe. It's personal. No, I'm kidding. Anyway, so that's it there. 17 kilometers per hour. I keep saying miles per hour, but sorry, I'm in America. That's what we use as miles per hour, and I always get confused. But anyway, there's the rake. So we're gonna go ahead and lease it. You can lease it for $1,683. And then we have a mower as well, which we will also take a look at. If I can find it. I don't know if it's called grass technology or not. Well, I'll tell you what we will do. We'll look at this, although I've already leased one of these. You like the look of that rake? Yeah, I think it's cool. Neat. It's neat looking. This thing right here is the straw blower, or bale shredder, whatever you want to call it, BPX 9010. It'll hold 2 bales, 2.4 tons, 105 horsepower. So I've already leased one of those, and we'll show you that in a little while. But in the meantime, I need to find my mowers. All right. I think it should be, yeah, right there. All right. So 3 tons, 110 horsepower, 6.3 meter mower, 22 kilometer per hour working speed. So we can lease it for $2,524. Of course, you could buy it for $49.50. We do have a wheel set up. Or I think no, it's just a wheel brand. So we're gonna go ahead and lease this too. All right, so we have our equipment. There's the baler now. You notice the size of that baler, it's still pretty big. So again, standing next to it in Farm Sim does not do it justice. That is a very big unit. All right, so and here is your rake as well, which looks cool. And then you got your mower here, which got some neat parts to it. Lots of details in the modeling and stuff like that. Hoses look really good. Anyway, so that's the deal on that. All right, well, I only have a couple of tractors, so let's go ahead and get this one. You've used an older version of that Shredder IRL. Also very fun. Nice. Okay, so that's a introduction to what the vehicles are. Let's go ahead and finish this field real quick because I'm going to need this tractor. I don't think I would generally use this tractor, by the way. I probably would use something smaller, but I don't have anything smaller here at the farm. I could go ahead and grab the John Deere. I almost feel like I want to do that. Okay, I'll tell you what we could do. I think I'm going to leave this. And the first thing I believe I'm going to do then is go to the 6250 if I can. All right, so here we have the shredder. It doesn't look like I have to open it or anything. And I've not seen from anybody how this works. Okay, so thing it's telling me to do first is to fill the tool. Now, I know this might not be the proper tool to use for this, but I'm gonna go ahead and just grab a bale. I know these are round bales, but I don't have a round bale fork. So we're going to just do what we can with what we have here. Now, I'm not even really sure where to load it from. Oh, I see. They will back into the bale and scoop it up. Oh. Let's try that. Now, see, this is why, you know, having a real farmer that I know when I stream is good. Because I'll drive him nuts.
Yes.
Speak of the devil.
My eye was twitching.
Speak of the devil.
So the bale would be normally sitting on its round side, and then those two, the bale, the 3-point hitch bale lifter things.
Yeah.
You would pick it up like that. So that would unfold probably with a loader arm type of a control.
Yeah, it looks like it does. Let me see.
Okay.
Oh, that's...
It might be more difficult the way Farm Sim is with using a loader tractor, because it'll be trying to...
Okay, here we go. All right, so basically how you do this is you use your mouse wheel or your mouse to go up and down. If you go up and down with the mouse, then that'll come out. Side to side, I don't think does anything. So go ahead and open it up.
It'll just be straight up and down, and then if the bale was laying on the round side, like the baler would drop it in the field,
Yeah.
you just back straight into it, and it would just, those forks go to either side of it, pick it up and throw it in.
Okay, from underneath, yeah.
And then, I don't know if it'll take two in the shredder, but what I
Supposed to.
when I was bedding up the beef cows, is I would load one in, and then I would load one on those forks and pick it up part way with the tractor, and then carry it with me, and when one was gone, I'd fire the next one in.
Okay, that's a little bit not the easiest thing to
It's looking a little bit more difficult in the game than it was.
I'm thinking that I would probably be likely to like leave it attached to the tractor, put it down, and then take another tractor and load it onto it.
You could drop a bale in, yeah. That's what we used to. We used to pile like 3 big square bales into it. Sometimes.
Well, could I? Okay.
Flip those, then we'd flip the back end up just to hold the bales in before we cut all the strings.
Okay, so I was wondering if it would, do a square bale. I assumed it would. We'll try it in Farm Sim.
I'm not sure if Farm Sim will allow it to, but we used to do it. We'd pile things in every direction. Oh, it's amazing that thing survived the wrath of me and cohorts.
Okay.
That was not on our farm. That was on another farm that I was helping out on. And
all right.
they were equally as...
Dirt is excitable and
equally as demanding of the machine.
There you go. Good call. So, in other words, from a farmer, he's seen this thing take a whole lot of licking in real life and actually function.
I think I welded it back together.
Yeah, see, it's pretty hard to put it on there, to be honest. Now I think I could get it to, if it was up against something,
Yeah, like if you had another tractor right now, you could push it into that loader arm.
Yeah. Right. So I think the way I would do it would probably to have a tractor with it connected to it, and then another one actually bringing the bales and setting it on the fork.
Yeah. So the best application for that machine would typically, I think, be like out west. I know that they drop bales this way, but you know how the one Anderson picks up the bales and then it just kind of drops them in 2 rows?
Yeah.
Leaves them? That's where this puppy would shine, because the bales are already laying the right direction. They're in a row with lots behind to stop it. So you've got, you'd have your backer behind it, right? That's where it would shine, as if they were all laying in a row somewhere.
Right.
And that's where they use these the most, out west on big feedlots.
Right. And it's just, the problem is with the bale physics in Farm Sim is they don't. The bale is heavy. I mean,
The arms look like they could stand all. They should almost like clip into the ground.
well, they might.
And
I might.
They don't look like they're going down far enough. Oh, there they went down further.
That's as far down as I can get them right there.
Yeah, this doesn't take nearly as long in real life.
Well, it may not take as long for someone else either. Okay, so I'm almost thinking like, how would I do this? Like, okay, so for the first one, let's do it this way. All right. I think I would take a skid steer
Yeah.
and
Or you would have your bales just positioned, like in the best case, like in the way that they're meant to they would work.
hey, Mr. Gordy, welcome to the stream. Yeah, and so I am kind of going downhill too, but one of the problems, Mr. Gordy, is that the bales in Farm Sim aren't heavy. So just a few minutes ago, I did do that, and it pushes it away. So I'll try it again in a second.
Pines didn't really go all the way down flat to the ground. They kind of seemed like they were a little bit inclined. Like you got the points down to the ground,
Mm-hmm.
but halfway back they were still quite a little ways up.
Okay.
Just didn't quite.
Yeah. So see, the whole thing isn't going down. Maybe I'm just not doing it right. Let me try it the other way. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab another bale. I'm going to go over to flat ground.
Right against the barn.
Well, I could do that. I could lay it flat like that. And we could...
I don't really like how the bale didn't how it didn't push the bale in when you flipped that up.
Right, you would think that it would have done that, but... Alright, so let's... I feel like the bale isn't heavy enough in the sim to easily use it. I heard Dave saying the same thing earlier.
Don't squish. Like when you stick those two tines under, the bale not swells, but the bale settles in around those two forks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so the physics really...
It makes it very, very stable.
I don't know how you could duplicate that in a video game, I guess.
I don't think you could. I think that's not even just a physics problem. That's way beyond.
Yeah, I don't think that's something we can deal with. All right, so there's a bale in there already. Let's just see if I can successfully... And the point we were saying is, you get it all the way down, that's what it does. So...
It sits uphill a little bit.
Right, now...
And that's an in-game tractor you're using. Like that's
yeah.
Tractor, so it should
Right. Right.
That should be dead flat on the ground.
So in real life, that's flat.
They also look like very short tines compared to what I picture in the real life model.
So you're looking at very flat right here. It's not going to be angled like that.
No, it wouldn't be angled.
All right. Well, let's just see if I can.
Like that looks like a fairly aggressive angle if they were angled at all.
It does. It looks like it would.
Those tines, if I'm remembering right, are just on a pinned axis. There's no hydraulic, like they kind of just float.
Oh, I see.
And then there's a stopper, so when you pick up the gate on the back, eventually they just flip forward when you get it up high enough.
All right. So if you have something behind it to keep it from moving, it will do it.
So that's the way it's intended to function. But I have a feeling, like with Farm Sim being Farm Sim, the row of bales, you're going to have the bales scattered here, there, and everywhere because it's not going to like you pushing against the row.
Right. Okay, so that's the way it's supposed to be. I don't know if you're supposed to put two. Now, I don't know why it's going to the ratio. I don't know where the discharge is. I assume it's right there.
It was just because you're on, or you're close to the mixer.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Okay. It says it holds 2, right?
See, now, I would have left that second one halfway up on the
Uh-huh.
forks on the back. I'm interested to see this animation.
I don't know. Is it going the right place? I guess it is.
Yeah,
So there's nothing in here that says turn it on. You just need to go to the start overloading and it loads the straw in. I don't actually see it loading in the...
it might just be that low. It was,
Yeah, it's pretty... Okay, so here's the second one. The only thing is it's not dropping the bale. There we go. I don't know. Let's look and see where that's going. Oh, yeah. It's slowly building up, isn't it? It was low.
the straw plane in most of the farm sim stuff is put a lot of straw to get the amount to show up.
So here in Farm Sim, how would I do it? Well, I could set it up against the wall like that. I mean, I don't think I would do that.
Skid steer and just don't put it down quite all the way.
I think what I would do is probably be more inclined to do it like this in Farm Sim. With one tractor. This is how I think I would end up doing this. Okay. Let's just leave that like that. I think this is how I would probably do this. And, you know, it's nice to know I can do, you know, the square bales wouldn't be really... Well, apparently, according to my farmer friend here, it is realistic to use square bales in it because they've done 4 of them.
It does not load. It does not load them. It does not do well because the square bales tend to be. You just can't.
Right. Well, I'm gonna put a square bale here in here in a minute.
So the old one that I used was not a Vermeer brand, but it was almost the identical looking thing.
So here's
the biggest difference was instead of that like chain that spins it to the chopper part. The one that I used, actually the whole tub swung back and forth on 2 hydraulic cylinders when you were using it.
oh,
To make the bale fall onto the chopper part.
so I think this is how I would do it if I had one tractor. I'd just put 2 bales in there and then reconnect it. I know it's not made to do that, but here, I'll tell you what. Let's do it just to kind of like, because this is the way that it was made. Okay, whoops. I'll stack them in a row. I know I'm using my hand to do this, but for the sake of time, do you realize how long it would take if I had to do this with the... Okay. All right, so there's 2 more. Oops.
You gotta put the bale down.
Yes, you do. Okay, so, I mean, I could line up bales against this wall like this. I wonder how the Anderson loader loads these. I don't think it puts them out like this, does it? Long ways like this?
One does. The one does.
It does. Okay, so I could load them up in that, which I'm not going to buy the... So I could load them up in that, unload them up against a wall or something like that, and then I could...
because it only holds, what, 12 or something like that?
Right. So we could stack up our bales like that. But, you know, I put that one in there manually, but, you know, if I position my bales right, of course, you know, those mods where the bale, you know, so I can just push that one in, but the problem is that the forks also respond to the mouse going the other way, so it's a little bit awkward.
So the guy that I worked for, he had that thing hooked up to, it was such a comical unit to use.
Really?
Because, so we bought a farm, like my family bought a farm,
Uh-huh.
and it came with this just outrageous piece of junk. It was a wore out, okay, and this is not knocking the brand, but this particular tractor was a piece of junk. It was an old Landini. And he thought, and he said, I've got just the job for that tractor, and he bought it far more than we ever would have got for it.
Really?
And he took it up there, hooked it onto his hay buster or whatever he called it, and
Yeah.
it never came unhooked.
Wow.
It was too small for the job to be wallowing around in those
Right.
pack barns and stuff, bedding up.
Right.
But it was you had to just give her to get in there, get the bale unloading started, or get the chopping started, and then you had to just send it and get going. It was just like that was. So my experience with one of those was with about a 50 horse tractor hooked to the front.
Oh, wow. Wow. So,
Ran it fine. You just had to be careful. If the bales were frozen, it didn't like that much.
I can imagine. So, if I was to do this and I wanted to use the machine the way that it's built, which isn't that bad. I mean, I've heard some people say they didn't like the way the arms work, and they're not really. It would be cool if maybe what FarmSim could have done to make it easier and make it more like, of course, then there'd be people who want to do it manually. But what if they just had put a trigger in there that when the bale gets on it, it just automatically closes and throws it in? Like an auto loader. Would that be a cheat?
Well, why couldn't they have done it the same way as the bale wrappers?
Right.
Or even made it a shop option. For the people that like the absolute pain, like I do, it could be set up the way it is, and it could be an option to have that trigger system still set up on it.
Right. Maybe somebody will mod it and do that. I don't know if it's locked. They may not be able to, but... okay, so there's the first one.
See, that was exactly what I was wondering. So you picked it up all right. It did its job, but you also knocked most of the other bales around. See, that back board doesn't look like it comes up high enough, because that should push that bale in nicely.
You would think, yeah, you would think so.
In reality, the bale would not be sitting on its corner, hovering above the thing.
Sorry, guys, hold on. My forks are messed up.
Should have just took the loader off for a minute.
Well, yeah, I could have. All right. So what James is talking about here would be to take it and put this up partially.
Yep.
Like that.
I would get it up high enough that it holds the bale securely, and then just head on.
How?
And then when you load when the first bale goes through it, then you would flip the second bale in and carry.
Now, remind me, how heavy would these bales be?
It could be probably 800 pounds.
I mean, you back up to an 800-pound bale, it's gonna stay. You're gonna have to, like, those tongs are gonna slide underneath it. It's not gonna move. Right. So, unfortunately, it's hard to simulate that. And I mean, Giants has the challenge of making the bales simulate, but the bales aren't heavy enough, I don't think, in Farm Sim to.
Giants has always had a lot of trouble with making friction work. The pallets are kind of the same way. The logs are a little the same. Like, it's something that something that I wish they'd put a little more in.
So as a real farmer, this is how you would do it. You would put one in there and one on the back like this, right?
Yep.
Well, maybe you'd cram 3 if you could at the same time. I don't know.
3, I'd find a way to make 4 fit.
You probably would. But anyway, I mean, realistically speaking, that...
This is the way I understand it is designed.
Okay, all right, good call. the innovator in you says, I got to get the job done in you says, no, we'll figure out a way to make it more efficient than what it was made for.
It's going to find a better way.
Right. Okay. Hold on. I need a drink.
But then Vermeer is also going to look at you and they're going to say, well, why were you doing that when you said, well, we broke it? Why didn't you build it better?
Right. So then we'll flip the next. Okay. So the next bale isn't flipping. Oops. Is my mouse working? Yeah. Okay. So then. So see, it's supposed to be all the way in, you know, in this case, you know. So again, if it's doing it like this, I would think a design idea would have been for them just to make the tongs go up automatically and make sure that the bale drops all the way in so that I don't have to make it do that.
Well, and if they wanted to leave it the way that they have it set up, that backboard should come up high enough to knock that bale in. It should come pretty much straight up, and I don't know if it does.
So this board here is what you're talking about, or up?
The board that the tongs are attached to there, yep.
Yeah, and that...
It should flip straight up, and there should be no question whether the bale is in that thing or not.
And you notice...
Way in the top.
Well, you notice the angle, right? Yeah, it seems...
Yeah, it doesn't go up high enough.
That's as far as it goes, Mr. Gordy. That's the problem. See, it's like the angle's just a little bit not quite right, but
as far as it goes in real life, and gravity would take over.
Maybe, yeah. I don't know.
But there's like the bales in the game don't appear to function perfectly.
Yeah, so maybe that is structurally correct for the actual do it faster. Maybe, maybe.
It might work better if you were doing it with a joystick or something instead of
the keyboard. Yeah, with the keyboard or mouse and keyboard. Yeah, that's another thing, Gordy, is that the way that I'm doing it now, I don't really know which I don't really know which control I could get to do that. I could try to make it go faster with the mouse. Unfortunately, that's what I'm using. Let me try it, sir. Now, and don't get me wrong, guys. I mean, both me and James, you know, we understand, you know, what Giant's limitations are, and neither one of us work, you know, we're not trying to defend Giants, and I'm not down on them either.
No, I'm not. I'm just, I wish, and this is still early access, so maybe they will see some of this stuff now that it's being used out there by a select group.
We're just kind of pointing out some of the...
You guys are essentially pre-release testers.
Yeah, and realize that James is coming from the aspect of a real farmer, too, where I don't have a clue.
At the same time right now, I'm sitting here thinking, geez, I wonder if there's a video out there showing one of these things loading so that I can...
there probably is.
Well, I'd be interested to see if that board stays on that 45 angle on the real one, because if it does, then it's more of a bale physics thing. It's not like the machine would function perfectly well at that angle in real life.
I think I went pretty fast there. I think I could have been faster, but honestly,
it's like there's a little table, like a physical table built into like.
There probably is. It probably is. Yeah, there probably is.
Because how do you mimic a rubber flap like it has? Like that rubber flap, the bale would slide down off of that.
Oh yeah, the rubber. Yeah, because that's rubber right there. I mean, in this it's rigid, but that would fold down, and this is heavy. 900 pounds, that's going to drop.
The weight, gravity is going to take over.
Right. How it often does. Whoa. I'm going to flip that thing.
That did not look like a 900-pound bale there.
No.
I think that one was light.
Man, that would have been a thud on the ground, wouldn't it? If you did that?
Yeah.
It's stuck underneath the
it's
edge of the...
Oh, yeah.
Okay. All right. Here we go. The bigger bales seem to work. Well, so far I haven't really. I mean, it's functional. It does work.
Okay, so after you chop that, I'm curious if you open those tongs up, get them out of the way. If you drop a square bale in, will it accept that?
I assume it would accept it. I mean, because it's straw.
I mean, straw's chopper's a chopper. It's still going to destroy bales. You're having a heck of a time with that last one.
Well, it keeps getting stuck under the building.
And that one's sticking up and like hanging in the air. It's there solidly.
Yeah, no, I pushed it there and it went a little further that time.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, I was. Yeah. I know what you're saying. Well, I was having trouble with the building there. Anyway,
I know that. That was a user error kind of trouble.
which I have a lot of.
Don't we all?
So yeah, let's try a square bale. Obviously, we get the idea how it works. I'm sure if I did about 150 of them with this thing, then I would probably get better at it. And you guys are probably better. Mr. Gordy, you're probably 10 times better at it than me. So,
That field that comes down when you're unloading is actually for unloading or shredding into a windrow. So if you were feeding hay at a feed manger like what you're sitting at, it would drop it in like the curtain would stop it from flying. That would stay up if you were actually bedding like a pack barn or something.
oh, okay.
But I see tip side as an option. What does it give you if you change that?
Oh, straw blower or tip side? Straw blower or unload?
Oh, well, that's okay.
Well, let's try the straw blower this time.
I'm betting straw blower won't put that guard down.
Probably wouldn't. Should I try a square bale in here now?
Yeah, just flip those arms open a little bit so that you can fit a bale in there and see what happens. You don't have to put it on there. You can dump it right in.
Right. So,
Because I don't think it would fit crossways. It wouldn't in real life. It wouldn't fit very well.
I think it's going to be mighty close. It doesn't. It looks like to me like the.
You would put it into the side. You wouldn't put it on those tines at the back. They aren't made for that. They're designed for round bales. I mean, straw. It'll tread straw, but.
Okay. All right, so let me move some bales first. I can probably dump this. Go just put this in here. So. I don't think the blower probably would I see myself using. I don't know if I would use it or not in this playthrough. Hey, Cowboy Rusty, how you doing?
It's more of a for realism thing, I think.
Welcome to the stream.
The game,
Yeah.
Heave them into the feed mixer and bed the cows. Like,
Yeah. So game-wise,
if you're looking to just bed the cows quick, it's not the fast way.
so
It's the realistic way.
right. So Pleasant Valley wouldn't be my map of choice for this, but if I was doing a more like hardcore, just original farming and managing animals, then I might use it. I could see myself maybe on a, I don't know. I've never done it before, but
Well, something like that. That
I could.
Turtle and I were.
Yeah, I could see us. Yeah,
A lot of bales, a lot of like doing bales, animals, realistic, smaller time farming. We're
right.
gonna put like 2 bales into it every couple of game days.
Then it would be.
It's not a bad tool.
I might buy one and put it here.
If you're big time farming and you're going through like 10 bales a day of straw or something.
Oh, that yeah, that wouldn't be. maybe my thing of choice then.
Yeah. But another cool use for that would be grass and hay bales for the sheep. Because
Oh yeah,
you're just like it has the capability to truly drop it in a windrow in front of the sheep kind of thing.
yeah.
So there's other uses for it than just bedding cattle.
Right. So, all right. Well, let's try square bale. Yeah, square bale is gonna be. I'm not square with the square, but square bales is gonna be a little bit awkward for it, I think, but it might fit.
And in real life, if you like to take the strings off your bales, this is not a safe farming tactic because you end up having to climb up into the thing to get the strings off. Don't ask how I know.
Don't ask, don't tell.
Uh-huh.
Okay. You know what? It barely fits in there.
It would, yeah. It's like those are 8-foot long bales. Those are big bales.
Yeah. Okay. Well, there it is.
But you could theoretically shove a couple of them in there and
Yeah.
chew them up.
Yeah, I think. So I could see doing it like that. I mean, what I would do is I would have 2 tractors, which I don't have. I only have one. I would have one pulling the shredder, and I'd have another one loading stuff on it. I think is what I would do it in the game.
The biggest problem you've got right now is your chore tractor is massive.
Well, I know, and it's just my save game. So, like in a different setting, I might have grabbed a small tractor. You're right, though. You're right.
You were going to be like, I mean, you don't have the money.
Oh, look at that. There we go. So you turn it over to blower instead of just unload.
That's more what I was looking to see for. Yeah.
Check that out.
I like that it's got the dual options.
That's neat. Spray Bessie.
Oh yeah, the cows are covered by the time you're done with one of these.
Oh, would you actually like do that when they're there, like right there, like just go right down the row and blow it right in front of them?
Well, I wouldn't do that in a dairy barn. If you were doing this in a dairy barn, you would have straw spread from here, there, everywhere, rooftops, lights. It would be everywhere. These things are not easy to control.
Now, what if I do?
Well, I used to go into the pack pens with the cows in.
Can I
usually clear out?
If I do Control I, what's it gonna do?
I have no idea. I would say probably just leave it in there for next time.
It's gonna blow the straw out on the ground.
Hang on, stop that for a sec. Switch
What?
it over. Just stop it and switch it to the other style of unloading.
Okay.
You're gonna run out of bale before you get. There you go.
Yeah. Unload.
And then pull ahead a little ways and see the difference in the swath that it drops.
Yeah. Let's see. Okay. And then this is Control I. So you can unload it on the ground, like right.
Well, in theory, you could rebale that windrow right now if you wanted to.
Right. So you could.
It'd be a little harder to. Like that made a nice little swath, really.
Yeah. So just the unload with Control I will give you this swath right here. If you do the blower, it's going to blow it out on the ground, but it's going to be a big old.
Belches are out everywhere.
That's right. So, anyway, anything else we should look at with this thing before I try something else? I mean, so that's cool. So you could rebale your straw or pick it up with like a forage wagon or something. Which
if that was going to be like a main tool that you were going to use, the best thing you could do with that would be have a nice nimble little 80, 100 to 100 horse tractor with no loader hooked to the front of it and just leave it hooked to it. Some old bruiser.
Right. Now I'm curious about.
Really, you're big enough into the animals, I know you can't afford it, but when you could afford it, a small little chore tractor would be a realistic thing. Like something.
Yes. Yes, I agree.
Something to rip around the farm, just to keep here, never really take to the field.
Right. I agree. And that's on my list, you know. if we just looked at this in an arbitrary situation, I probably would have bought a smaller tractor. Actually, I was gonna, yeah.
Might I recommend potentially one of the smaller Kubota tractors?
I mean, that's not a bad idea.
I'm trying to be inclusive
Now, see,
of the Kubota brand.
what I'm trying to do is see if I could. Okay, so that's not it. See, the problem is the bale's heavy. Like,
They aren't made to.
right.
It wouldn't. If you tried to do that in real life, you'd end up spearing one of those spikes through the bale, and you'd have it up in the air, and it'd be stuck on there.
Right. So this wouldn't be. I'm just curious if I could load it either way. You know, like what it would do. I think I knew what it was going to do, but let's try this. I don't think it'll work. I think it's gonna. Well, first of all, if I could line up straight, that would help.
If you could get the tines under it, it would still flip a square bale up and in. But
Yeah, I can't get it down any further.
Oops. It's certainly designed built for
a round one. Yeah. Now maybe if I could get it under it, I could flip it up.
Well, you probably could.
I'm just curious.
You flipped it.
Somebody's gonna be like, "What are you doing? You can't. That's not for this." I know.
If you got it in high range reverse, you might be able to get those tines under and get her to fall onto the.
All right. Let's just say, for sake of argument, I could get it on there. All right. So let's see. Okay. So here we are. Okay. This isn't the way it's supposed to be. I know, but I'm playing with it. There you go. See? So I could probably.
But if you were loading it with a skid steer, and if that does work, now I think those bales are a little long. But
right, but it would work.
Like a square baler, I can infinitely adjust the bale length.
Mm-hmm.
So if I had a farm and I had a square baler, and that was my straw chopper, and I built or made the bales to the right length that they would fall in, I could theoretically throw like a couple in the hopper, and then stack a couple on that table, and take them with me to go bed up, or what you're about to do now is chop it into the thingamajig.
So you could unload it like that.
Well,
what I
in that case, you do it with the guard up and blow her to the back of the.
Well, yeah. I mean, we could do that. We could. Oops. Oh, we could change it to that. Oops.
You gotta have the right animation for the right job.
True. There we go. That's kind of cool. Like, if I wanted to be ultra, like, maybe more hardcore about it, I could take my bales and blow them into these.
Well, you would, theoretically, you're dropping loose, or you're putting loose straw in a pile in there for the thingamajig to gather.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, it would all be put in with that. In theory.
Mm-hmm.
Hypothetically speaking.
All right. Well, I think we've covered this piece of equipment pretty well.
I'm not gonna lie.
I'm glad your input is here, James.
I couldn't watch silently.
I'm sure you were good. Well, I wouldn't have figured out some of this stuff right away.
As simple of a machine as it is, to somebody that's never seen it operate.
Well, yeah.
It's not simple. Like it's as simple once you know what you're doing with it. It's a very non-complicated type of a machine.
So now what I'm going to do here is I'm going to take this vehicle to mow with, because I don't want to mow with the giant class tractor. I think this would be like more on par with that size of a mower. So
Bill.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's a 6250, I believe you said.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So we have the triple batwing Pottinger mowers in real life.
Yeah.
We run them on a 7230, and we have run them on a 7210R.
Okay, so that's a lot smaller than this one.
So no, well the 7Rs are actually a bigger frame tractor,
Okay.
lower horsepower.
Oh, I see. Okay. All right.
I personally, I would not want those mowers on a 6 series,
Mm-hmm.
just because of how heavy they are to carry. I'd be scared to take them down the road on a 6. They're really heavy, and that being a 7R series, you have a little more stability and a little more comfort to
Okay.
knowing that it'll carry the weight.
Well, I still like using this tractor as opposed to the other one for the.
Nevertheless, 250 horse is you could pretty much pull everything in a daisy chain.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, we'll drive this back over and we'll grab the mower, and then we'll go mow field 71 with the Vermeer mower. So.
So while you're driving, do you wanna know why I needed a rotator at work today?
Yeah. Well, I don't know if you want to like tell the.
I
Yeah.
got sent out today to go mow roadside.
Okay.
I was mowing roadside ahead of our boom mower
Okay.
because it's just so much faster to use the regular mower for what it can.
Okay. All right. So you were in front of the other mower.
Yeah, he wasn't even on the same road, but he's going.
Oh. Okay. All right. So how far were you mowing into the ditch? Like.
As far as I could reach.
Okay, which is what?
It's a 6-foot mower, and I was on a second pass.
Okay. All right. I'm getting the.
The tip of the mower was probably 11 feet in, maybe a little better.
Okay, I'm just getting a picture. That's okay. Yeah.
One set of wheels was still up on the road. One set of wheels was maybe a couple feet down into the ditch.
Okay.
Like,
That's.
not crazy. Most ditches, they're
Yeah.
not bad. So I'm cruising along, just doing my thing, thinking I'm just doing a fine deal of business, making everything look so nice.
Uh-huh.
So nice.
Uh-huh.
And then I came up to a power pole. And now mind you, I knew that the swamp was ahead of me, but I didn't think it was that close. I came up to the power pole, I picked the mower up to go by the power pole, and I was already thinking, okay, I get past the power pole and clear, I'm not even gonna put the mower down, I'm just gonna pull up onto the road, get past
Yeah. Yeah.
As soon as I picked the mower up, the right side of the tractor started to drop. So me being me, never give up when it's easy.
Right.
Because at that point, it would have been pretty simple for like the backhoe to come and just hook
Right.
it on the back, plug it backwards, right on out of the ditch, and away we go.
So you were stuck.
Yep. Heck no, I had to waggle and wiggle around until my cab was about 2 inches from the power pole. So I still didn't want to give up and call Uncle, or like say Uncle.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
I called my lead hand, who was in charge today.
Right. Right.
Get out here with the backhoe. Why? What did you do? I said, well, I'm a little stuck. He said, a little? He said, I've met you before. Are you sure you're just a little stuck? I said, well, it's relative. I said, I'm a little stuck, but I have a plan. And so he shows up with the backhoe.
So you're. So wait. Let me.
He says, I don't know what your plan is, but he said, don't roll it on its side. So my game plan was to put a chain on the front.
Uh-huh.
Get the front tugged up a ways out of the ditch, which would bring the cab away from the pole.
Right.
And then spit around to the back. See if I could shimmy the back a little bit, but it's heavier at the back, so that was going to be harder.
Right.
And then once I had it set in a way that I was comfortable, I was going to pull it out from the back and just basically counterintuitively turn the front wheels the wrong way to try and hold it up away from the pole for a moment.
Mm-hmm.
So anyways, we yanked the front. Worked out perfect. Absolutely according to plan. Didn't wreck anything, didn't hurt anything at all. It just went absolutely
Right. So you're like, okay, great. Step one, finish.
So then we unhook, move over, clear traffic because there was a couple cars waiting to go through,
Right.
and I got rethinking my plan.
Oh no.
I got looking at the angles and I got rethinking. I thought, you know what? We're far enough over now that if this goes the way it should and the way I want it to, we could just pull her from the front. If we pull it on a good steep angle, it'll keep that front end up out of the ditch, and everything should just follow. I don't know if it was in the execution, if our angle needed to be sharper, or if it was just doomed from the start. Because we tried to pull it forward, and as we were pulling forward, I had to lift the mower up, which brought all that weight back onto the back wheels.
Oh yeah.
But we had the tractor was all clear, so we were partially successful. However, by the time I got blowing the horn that it was a failure waiting to happen, at that point the mower was basically touching the pole.
Oh.
And the lower, like the hitch at the back of the tractor was starting to bottom out because it had just gone.
Oh yeah.
So we just stopped, we unhooked, we said, nope, it's time for a tater. And we called the fleet manager and said, get us a tater, we need a lift. and he showed up and he just basically lifted the back of the tractor up, set the back on the road, and then he got out of the way and I backed out of it. My one front tire was still in a little bit.
Yeah.
But yes, that's the excitement of.
Wow. So you got out eventually.
Oh yeah, got out. Got out. I drove around the backhoe when I got out, and I got in the backhoe, and I obviously filled my ruts in. You can't ever leave that looking like that. You got to hide the evidence. Always hide the evidence.
Right.
So
Right.
I smushed the muck around, and then I got out of the backhoe, jumped back in the tractor, and I mowed the rest of the day.
Nice.
Absolutely zero damage to anything caused by that. Now there was a couple of teeth that were broken on the mower, but that was
well
scenario because we have a lot of rocks on the road I was doing, and I kept nicking the rocks.
Well, that was a good segue into the mower. So, Vermeer mower. So
yes.
that is funny. That sounds like
the story took longer than it took you to get the mower and get to the field, but.
Well, I know, but that's pretty fun. Yeah, that is pretty funny though.
It doesn't surprise you at all.
No. You're like, yeah, I got a plan. I was like, put your seatbelt on. I almost put this. Yeah. The guy's like, I've met you before. Are you? I love that.
Best part was he brought the summer student out with us. She is a very timid.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
She is starting to learn my ways, but she is not used to somebody that operates in my way.
Yeah, but
she got there and she was downright panicked that I was climbing in and out of the tractor that looked like, in her opinion, looked like it was ready to tip over.
Well, it might have not been far from it, but
not bad. It was like a 45-degree angle, but it wasn't that bad.
So yeah, so anyway, well, that is hilarious though.
It wasn't a good situation, but it was an entertaining situation.
So obviously, okay then. One thing I liked about the mower is the way that this cloth kind of like was kind of blowing in the breeze as I was driving. I thought that was pretty cool. Yeah, cloth like I thought they did a really good job when they made that like that. So anyway, if we go ahead and unfold it. This is going to be one of those mowers that you're going to drive beside it, pretty much. Oh, and I got a phone call. Tell you what, guys. Hold on just a second. Wheels will be back in just a minute. I got to answer this phone. Okay. Back to the main screen. I'm making a mess while I'm talking on the phone, James. Okay.
Oh, I've seen you run into something right before you went to the Be Right Back screen.
Yeah.
I couldn't help myself. I'm looking up bale processors on Vermeer.
I have an ongoing issue with my game when I tab out my vehicles to start driving.
Oh, okay, yep.
All right, so back to the mower, guys. Here's the Vermeer mower, and we're going to go ahead and just open it up. Now, obviously, this unit goes out to the side, right?
Yes.
Where would I actually? Over the years, I've always kind of wondered. I've heard both. Which side should I be driving on? The cut side or the non-cut? Like the way I'm doing it right now, obviously, I'm on the non-cut grass.
Well,
That doesn't make sense to do it that way.
typically you farm right to the fence row. So
Okay.
first pass around the outside of the field,
Mm-hmm.
you would drive in the grass.
Like I am set now.
Yes. Then when you finish that lap, you can do it either way. Some people actually do what would be the second row first and then they flip around, but it doesn't.
It doesn't. It doesn't matter. Okay.
I'd like to run essentially backward the first time, go right along the fence, spin around, and then go backwards around the field to what you did, because the disc mine picks the hay up better that you've driven over if you're going the opposite way that it was pushed over.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. All right.
And
So,
from there on, possible stay in the already cut stuff.
so basically, guys, when you connect to it, that answers a big question for me because I was wondering about the first one. So, but basically, when you open it, it's going to auto align to the side. It's going to turn just like it is now. And then,
I have seen guys also run what I always called straight hitch on the opening round.
uh-huh.
So where you would basically just drive directly in front of it for the opening land.
So that's pretty much. Oh yeah, you could do that too. Yeah, because it doesn't matter.
You could, but in my experience, you're better off to still drive to the side and then go the opposite way because it will pick the hay up that you're
Okay.
tractor better.
So I would do a headland around this whole field like this,
Yeah.
and then I would turn around when I get back here. I'll turn around and go the other way.
Yeah, you wouldn't flip the mower. You would just go the opposite direction.
Okay, that makes sense. All right, so let's go ahead and mow this first. Now, do I have GPS on this tractor? I don't think I do. I forgot to put it on it because I've recently switched to GPS. So, anyway, maybe I should try it without it, right? But, all right, so we can go ahead and mow.
Yes, whatever you want.
Yeah.
I'm going to DM you a phenomenal little video of the bale processor loading
Oh, okay. Is it?
from the Vermeer site.
Oh, okay. Should I? Yeah, I can play it on the stream.
Do it right now, like you're kind of moved on from that, but
Well, no, I don't mind doing it.
video of them loading it and actually carrying it the way I told you.
Okay.
And I was wrong. The Vermeers do only go up to that 45-degree angle, but you can very visibly see how gravity takes over from there.
Okay. Okay. Well, I'll tell you what. Let's shut this off, and we'll recap this. So earlier we were looking at the shredder BPX 9010, and let me go ahead and click on this video.
The side note is Giants kind of missed their mark because there's 3 options for the bale shredders, and the second option is called the catapult, and it's got like a forage harvester spout on it, and I just think it would have been cool to have that one too.
Yes, it would.
I know they're only allowed to have so much stuff,
Okay.
modeling and stuff, but
Right. Well, all right. So let's look at a video about the bale processor, is what they call it.
I think it's only about a 2-minute video as well.
Yeah, and that's fine. That's not the side I want. Properties, and we're going to go to display 2, like that. All right, so let's look at the video real quick. It's just a real life processing using this bale shredder that I was doing earlier. All right, so it's 3 minutes and 39 seconds. So we'll take a look at it. But
Necessarily watch the whole thing if it gets into stuff that makes it. The beginning was it loading bales, so that was what we were discussing and talking about the real whale.
yeah, it's kind of loud too.
It is a loud video. I should have mentioned that.
Well, they can't hear it.
It actually looks like the forks sit slightly uphill, just like they've modeled too.
Okay, so here's the bale. Here's the bale. Yeah, and they've got them all in a line. Of course, these are heavy. Like, you can't do it like this unless there's something behind this last one. Although in Farm Sim, you might be able to put 5 out in front of it and then push it.
You can actually see how the bale kind of just forms around the forks as it's sitting on.
So you notice, because it's heavy, it forms. I'm used to mowing second row first, using the outside tractor tire to set my field edge. And then we'll turn around now. Okay, all right, Turtle. So you notice,
Opposite direction.
but I notice how far the bale goes in.
Yes, it falls. Gravity takes over.
Right, which it's hard to do.
Yes. That's,
So now what they're doing is just laying it out there so the animals can come eat it or get it right there.
yep.
Right?
That looks like hay. It's got.
Yeah, so they're putting the hay out just for feed. Look at that. That is,
What Turtle's actually saying is the same thing as what I was saying. How going backwards to the direction
I think so, yeah.
will grab more of that bent grass.
So you can see when it's shredding it, putting it out like that, what it's doing. Oh, okay. The other one was just the unload. This right here is the shredder.
And what they're doing is just making a non-snow covered pack area for the cattle to live.
So there's unload.
That's actually corn stalks that they were shredding there.
There's unload. That's cool. Oh, and it fits perfectly in there too. You know why it's round? It's because it's spinning around in a circle to.
It's actually like a round bale is actually rolled as it's formed in the baler, and they will actually unroll when you can put them in something like this and spin them. They will essentially unravel.
Oh, look at the cows.
Oh yeah, they love it. It's chow time.
They're all coming in. Check them out. See, we can't really do that in Farm Sim.
And now, see, that's just a little case Puma one.
Now notice it does have an angle.
Yeah, it is sloped up just a little. They're doing a square bale now. So you can get a different fork that's meant for square bales.
Okay, we don't have that yet.
No. Oh, and the sides open and then open and close a little bit.
Okay, look at that. So there is a square bale option for this.
You can, yeah, there is a way to make it happen. That's neat. You learn.
Okay then. Hey, we're passing on some good stuff here in the stream.
Obviously, every one of these little add-ins is yet something more that they would have to script and model, and so we're not going to get all of it. But it is cool to know that that's how.
Yeah. So there's the square, and oh, you notice how they're floating. The tines. Okay, cool.
Yeah, they're a free float. They have a certain number of degrees of free.
Thanks.
Float,
that was a good video right there.
so that if you come up on a like a bump when you're backing up, they will free float over it, kind of thing.
All right. Well, let's go back to this then. Yeah, that was cool. That was a nice video.
What Turtle was saying was he would basically drive down the edge of the field with the tractor tire and then mow the remainder backward after. This mower is about 20 feet wide, so you're going to be mowing like a 6-foot strip if you did it that way. What we always did with our 14-foot mowers is always the way you're doing it right now. What I told you to do there, Wheels.
Mm-hmm.
Neither way's wrong. It's just both ways work. It's just a matter of how you want to do it yourself.
Well, and I've heard both, and so that's why I like getting your input, because you can give me some real-life examples here.
And on top of that, fence posts meeting a mower can get expensive. so you've got to be relatively comfortable doing the way that you're doing it if you're running along a fence line.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Well, I think in that case, I'd rather just run straight in front of it.
Well, like what Turtle's saying is you basically drive the tractor as your marker there, and then you're,
Well, yeah,
it's
that makes sense. I see what he's saying.
6 in one, half dozen in the other. But if you snafu a fence post, you're gonna know it.
Yeah,
You get a
yeah.
hold of a little scrub tree, you're gonna know it.
So really, turtles, actually, that's a very good way of, a very safe way of doing it, the way he's talking about.
I prefer speed. I would run that outside headland just like you're doing within a couple feet of a fence line, and I'd be doing it at about 20 mile an hour. I never let anything scare me off.
You had a regular 3-point hitch mower, so it worked well. Okay.
Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense too.
All right. So nice mower, though. I like it. I mean, it's not much different than the John Deere's that I've used and the other in-game mower. I like the amount of area it covers, though.
One thing about this mower is it is just a mower. It is not like the New Holland that you pull, or that's in game.
Right, right.
The New Holland is a mower conditioner, so it actually crimps and snaps the hay stems.
And you're talking about
it's
this.
it's got either rolls or flails in it. I'm not just sure what's in the back of it.
Which
The isn't the New Holland an in-game mower?
I don't think.
Get rid of it.
I don't think it is now.
Okay, well maybe I'm thinking of the New Holland that was in 19. It was one of the lower.
I think I remember right. Now, see, I like this thing.
Well, that's a pretty neat mower too.
Yeah, but this is Vermeer. Okay, yeah. So it was a little bit more involved, and you guys have these, or you have.
We have the Pottinger, the Nova Cats.
Yeah. Oh, these. Yes. Okay.
Not the Kuhn ones, the Pottinger.
The right.
I think your string's behind just a little. But
Right.
we have what you call a conditioner in our haybind.
Okay.
So it cuts it. It has the same style of a cutter bar, but then instead of it just dropping it on the ground like this does, it goes through the conditioner, and there's different styles, but the idea is it will snap the alfalfa stems.
Okay.
To speed the drying process.
Oh, okay. All right. I got that. Yeah. So I'm gonna go ahead and lift up the mower now, and
we actually take the conditioners out of our haybind quite regularly and run it as a straight mower as well.
so what I would do then now is I would be running this right here.
You'd also try and avoid driving around in the standing crop while you're turning around.
Well, true.
But then, so now you're at that point. I would do, now that being 20 feet, I'd probably do 3 to 4 laps around the field to give myself lots of turning space.
Right.
The direction that you're going now. And
Okay.
then I would start going back and forth, and I'd swing that hitch every pass. I'd just start at one side of the field. Now, you may not want the other way that guys do it is they would basically do what you call a strikeout.
Is that you skip a row?
No, so you'd pick a spot roughly dead center of the field, or you could do 2 strikeouts, but 1 strikeout's easier to describe. You would pick a spot, say dead center of the field. You'd head her across in a straight line, and then you'd come right back mowing where your tracks were, and you'd just keep working that section that you
Okay, like you'd be going in circles, right?
You'd be going in circles, but you'd still be going all the way to the headland, lift up, drive across, and come back again. You'd just go down one pass, and you'd jump to the other side.
I see.
And then once that got larger, and the sides got smaller, you would do the same thing, only the opposite on either side, on the lands. It's hard. It's
hard to describe. Yeah, yeah.
It would be easier for me to get in game and show you sometime what I'm meaning in a smaller scale than maybe this size hayfield.
Right. Okay.
because that's a technique from the days before swing hitch hay binds were really a thing. Like the hay bind I learned to cut hay on didn't have a center pivot swing hitch. It had a left-hand side hitch.
Well, see, the corners have always been. I've always wondered, how to go about.
Well, that's why we used the tractor that we used on our hay bind when we had a pull type hay bind.
Yeah.
Because that thing would whip right around on a dime, and you could actually go straight out the end, crank those front wheels as hard as they could go, and you could make that mower almost like back itself up and get all the hay.
Wow.
If you done it just right, and timed everything just right, it was amazing what you could maneuver that thing into doing.
Right, and we just can't duplicate that in this case.
No, and I used to be terrible. I had a terrible habit of I would use the hydraulic cylinder that swings the hitch to steer the mower. Like I would be steering the mower around obstacles. The tractor would be going straight. I wouldn't turn the tractor in a pass.
Right, you'd be yeah.
If I had a tree to go around, I'd swing the hay bind in and out.
Right, I can see why.
It's a wonder I never plowed it into a tree, but it was a little more, it was easier to slow down and do that than it was to predict how the hay bind was going to trail behind you.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're pivoting it from right above the mower instead of pivoting it or just like pulling on that angle hitch kind of thing.
Yeah. Well, I like the like you notice the mowers going up and down. Wheels are definitely
The mower is floating really nicely.
It is. That looks neat.
The whole thing floats independently. It moves independently from itself on the contours of the field. I like it. I think they've done a really nice job.
Yeah, you can see that as you're going.
I don't know if they make a model with conditioners or not at Vermeer. I've never, honestly, I never knew they made like a field mower until I saw it coming out in the fact sheets.
Right. Well, we got a little bit to do. This is a big field, so it'll be a few minutes, and then obviously I'll get the windrower out. We'll mess with that for a bit, and then at the end here we'll be using the baler. Both balers.
I think I said in the chat, but I don't remember whether you saw it or not. I'm fairly certain that the actual baler unit of both of those balers is the same baler.
Oh.
Just one has a hitch and wheels of its own, and one mounts up in a self-propelled unit.
Oh, okay.
Like I think the internals are the same.
Well, you could. I watched a little video about them detaching it from the drive unit last night for maintenance.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you'd have to be able to. You'd never be able to. It would be an awful brute to work on.
So you could check the tines and stuff like that.
Well, there's a lot of through shafts on a round baler too, and just seeing how the wheels and everything are configured.
Mm-hmm.
If one of those shafts ever wore out or broke, and you had to get that shaft out, if you couldn't take that baler off, you'd have to dismantle one side of the machine completely.
Yeah.
Which
Yeah.
It sounds bad because the shafts are through and you got to be able to pull the whole thing out, but it's really not a big job on most balers.
In this case, it seems like they've designed it to come apart really easily. Once you get it apart, you can take off panels, and I mean, based on the video I saw, I mean,
and I kind of wonder.
Well, it does turn pretty well.
Yeah.
Now, that turn right there was better.
That's kind of similar to what I was trying to describe but like our tractor that I used was a two-wheel drive tractor, and two-wheel drive tends to turn sharper than four.
Okay.
But what I've envisioned, and I mean I've heard of this. I've never seen one in real life, but I've heard of this self-propelled baler for quite a few years now. And I've often wondered to myself if they were thinking of a way to make that a uni system where where you could drop the baler off, put a mower on it, like be able
Oh yeah.
to attach different tools
Oh yeah.
in kind of a quick attach way, like a
Mm.
multi-purpose haying tool.
Right, right. Where you just have one vehicle and multiple attachments.
Don't
Interesting.
know if that's actually a route they're going, but I can see it being something that they've kind of built it with consideration.
Uh-huh.
And that could be 15 years from now if that baler takes off as something that people, if it gets popular.
So we're on the 4th pass right now. So then this headland's done. So driving over the already cut grass isn't really... You probably want to minimize it, but it's probably not that bad, is it?
You don't exactly have much choice.
Yeah, there you go. See, if you come up right to the edge and just turn, it will make that 90-degree turn, and it won't move. Like, I was doing it wrong before. But it will actually pivot. Well, I don't have a lot of experience with this type of equipment, so like in-game either, so...
Well, that's... Okay, so that's more of what you would call just a mower. And
Right.
go to a more traditional haybine of that same style.
Mm-hmm.
What it does is it puts it in windrows. You can vary the width of the windrows. Typically, though, if it's a windrowing style haybine,
Mm-hmm.
the length of the hitch is all planned out that you will straddle the row that you're dropping on the ground with the tractor when you're mowing the next row.
So it wouldn't be the best thing for me to skip rows, like one side, like one pass down, drive in the non-cut grass, and then pass back, drive in the cut grass. I guess I'm driving over it twice, aren't I?
You wouldn't pick up as much.
So with this, so I would actually
You would
flip this, wouldn't it?
you'd stick it out the left side and drive back on the cut stuff again, because you're better driving on the cut grass than the uncut. You're gonna reduce your yield by driving on the, because
Okay.
even though it will pick up a lot of the bent stuff, it won't cut it as close to the ground because it's already pushed down.
So what we want to do is move it, and if I was going to use this a lot, I think I would go ahead and
So this is a thought that I've had about, and this has been a thought that I've had several times over the past years of Giants. I wish for these swing hitch mowers that were meant to flip like that,
mm-hmm.
that they would set them up the way that they do the rollover moldboard plows. So you hit a button.
Oh yeah, and then it does it. Yeah.
All the way from one side to all the way to the other side, back and forth.
Yeah, that'd be good because
It drives me insane that you have to do it the way that you have to do it, because you're at the end of the field, you're trying to spin yourself around, get lined up, and here now you're messing for the keyboard and mouse players, you're messing
Sorry.
with the mouse, trying to fumble around and get that.
So the other way you were talking about going to the center of the field, what would I do? Would I take a left turn into the field at some point?
You would just drive across the headland and pick a spot, and yeah, you would just take a turn and head her across the field.
All right. Well, let's just simulate this for a little bit.
Let,
And you could talk me. Maybe you could talk me
okay, I can try to.
through the steps. Maybe I can't do it, but maybe I can. Okay. So I'm already like I actually harvest similar to this normally when I'm doing the whole field myself. Go down the middle of the field. That way I'm keeping the pipe on the inside.
Yep. Yeah, you can harvest in land so the pipe is as often as possible not over the crop.
So I would say probably I might be a little bit off, but
That's fine. You can always do another one of these too. But you would just go straight across the field to
Okay.
the very end of the headland.
okay.
and then when you get to the end, you would turn around and come back. Don't switch the mower. Just turn around and come back.
I think I know what you're saying. And then I'll come back on this side. When I go back to the other side, I'll come back on the other side.
Yeah, you'll just keep going down and back. You'll go from one side to the other.
So I'll flip it left or right. Let me see.
This next pass would be what you would do in real life.
What would I go to the right?
You would leave it. You would leave it on the left because then you're picking up your tracks again.
Like this?
You've just smushed the hay down again.
You'd go like this?
Yeah, I just spent. Yeah, you basically spend. No, you don't drive in the hay again.
All right, so I would.
You would drive down that path that you just cut, the cut grass that you just.
So I would be mowing on this side, on the left side.
Still be mowing off the left, yeah.
Okay, so I would have turned right when I came out, and then turned around, and then I would be doing my left. Okay, that's cool.
If you don't have enough space to spin around, sometimes you pull out and you back up.
Yeah.
It's kind of whatever works.
So this is like and then when I come back down on the other side, and in this case I will turn right, and then the mower's always on your left, basically.
Or now that so in the realism perspective, it was on your left for the open.
Yes.
On your left for this next pass. At any point, you could switch it to the right and just start going the other way around this little opening. Now that you've basically essentially picked up your tire tracks.
Right. So now I'm going to go, oops, let me get this little tuft. All right. That makes sense.
You're on track before you get that little tuft. You were on track to the right way. So, and then...
I don't really need that little bit.
That is essentially what I call, and I think it's kind of called the split.
Okay.
So now you would work back and work side to side on the split. And when it gets wide enough, like when you think that either side is getting smaller than the split, so you're not driving on the headlands too much.
Yeah, yeah.
You would just pick one of the sides, and when you get to the end, you'd just head for that side and go around it. Same way, I wouldn't do more headlands because I'm used to doing rows.
Okay. So I get down here.
Work off one side, then go over and work off the other side.
So right now I would spin around like I'm doing.
Yep.
And the grass that's already been mowed, it's not being pushed down too much where you couldn't get it. Like,
well, no, you'll still get it.
So you're better off to leave the grass upright rather than to drive over it when it's not been cut yet.
Yeah, you don't want to drive over the not cut.
So the driving over the cut grass is better than the non-cut.
Yes.
Okay.
It will pack it down a little, and there is sometimes troubles depending on the tractor you use to mow. There is sometimes troubles with getting the rake to grab it. But that's usually more in rake setup and speed. That's usually if you're trying to mow too much grass in a day and you're in a hurry, it'll be harder to pick it up. If you got the time. But
of course.
It's a lot lesser loss than running over hail.
Of course, and as it dries, it's gonna probably come up off the ground somewhat. You know, where it's not.
Actually seems to stick harder.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So
okay, so that's where a tedder comes in, because you would get a tedder. The tedder. Now you're not doing tedding in this. You're going.
No, because I actually have to wrap these bales for the contract.
Yeah. So.
But I'm not going to wrap them, and I'm going to have to get a wrapper separate to do it.
But the tedder, if you're going to dry it, the tedder would flip it up off the ground, get stuck, and let the air get at it better.
Yeah. In this case, we're mowing grass to make silage.
At which point you're going to be in there with the rake a lot sooner, so it's not going to be that hard to get it to come up off the ground. It's not going to have that time to bake to the wet dirt.
This is interesting. I'm feel like I'm learning the right way to mow with this thing now.
Well, that's how I do it usually, because I'm lazy and I don't like using my mouse. And that's how I did it sometimes.
And you've seen people, and you've seen people do it this way, so it's not like unheard of.
No, it's totally different to run a swing hitch haybine in real life
Oh yeah, yeah.
than it is to do it in the game.
Right, because all you're gonna do is come down to the end here. You're gonna push the joystick most likely, right?
Well, in real life, as I'm coming up to the end, I would pop it back a couple gears to have control,
Mm-hmm.
and then you hang a left, like in your situation where you would hang a left,
Mm-hmm.
you'd do a hard left, and you would grab that hydraulic lever and send it whichever direction to swing it the right direction as you're lifting it,
Uh-huh.
all
And
in
that,
one fluid motion, and basically that haybine that's on your left, you're basically driving around the haybine, and it sits stationary for a minute
so is
because
the
that hitch is actually switching sides. It sits stationary, and then it flips around and goes the right way, and it all works in a very fluid motion.
so is the hydraulic lever the right lever, the shorter one? On
That's
the-
actually, I think, the loader joystick. Your hydraulics on that, I don't know. Those
Okay.
new fancy joysticks, I've never played.
Okay. Okay. Fair enough.
I think your hydraulic remotes are on that main joystick somewhere.
Okay, but the shorter one is for the loader.
I believe that's your loader stick.
Oh, okay. Okay, gotcha.
I've never been in the newest cab design.
Uh-huh.
I don't know exactly where the buttons sit.
Yeah, okay. All right. Fair enough.
But you would have your remote there somewhere. So you'd have one of your hydraulic remotes would be set to lift. So you would typically lift the mower as you're coming out of the uncut. And at the same time, you would be utilizing the other remote
Well, I don't.
to swing the hitch.
Yeah, and you know, back into farm games, like I don't want to take and with my mouse move the mower.
And it's not logistically sensible.
But in this case, we can do it like this and somewhat realistic and still satisfy that.
That's what I mean. And if they had it set up like the rollover plows to flip it direction,
Yeah, just push the button and it flips. Yep.
that would be a game changer in making it more doable for playing it realistically.
Just like the plows, right? Good point.
Set a hotkey.
All right. Now, after this next pass, well, maybe a couple more passes before you would look at switching the.
Usually what happens is I would get bored and I'd decide I wanted to change the scenery, and then I'd start going around one of the sides.
Okay. So what you're talking about that is I would take a left turn and keep going around the outside like a headland.
Well, no, I'd do the same as you're doing there, only I'd make a left turn, and then I'd go over and start making rows on the other side. Now because you're using a mower and it's not laying windrows, you could do it like headland.
Like this.
You could do the whole field.
You talking about going like this, like swinging out around?
Yeah.
And then not even, don't go like, you're talking about just like this, right?
When we mow hay, we mow it in windrows,
Right.
and we typically always did 6 to 8 headlands, depending on what we were going to harvest it with. And then from there, it was all straight rows back and forth.
Now, would you have driven on the mowed grass like I just did?
No.
You would have went off the edge.
No, I would have stayed on the mowed grass.
Okay. All right. I'm getting it. Yeah. This is just,
And personally, instead of following that curve, I
you'd
would
cut it off.
straight out, and it would have ended as a shorter row.
So in this case, what I'll do, cut it off,
Now,
swing wide, and back in.
what I think people start, they do their backward headland, and then they do their forward, their second headland, and they just keep going round and round the outside of the field. They never, ever, ever do rows back and forth. I've seen it happen. There's really no wrong way. It's
Okay.
how the guy. Typically The only wrong thing would be to drive in the hay, in the standing hay any more than you need to.
Okay, that answers big questions. So then, like, if I choose to mix it up a little bit, as long as I'm not driving in the standing hay, then I'm okay.
Especially with this Vermeer, because this Vermeer is not making rows.
No,
It's literally, it's
just laying the grass out on the ground.
it's what you call a cut and drop mower.
Yeah.
It's just cutting it and dropping it. So windrows mean nothing.
Hmm.
You can drive if you can find a way to do it without driving in the standing hay too much.
And then it's all good.
Great. Like, I don't care going through grades. I mean, it'll drive me nuts personally, but
I guess you'd want to eliminate the number of times that you drive over the mowed grass.
you fish. Yeah, you don't want to be making. I mean, obviously the headlands become a bit of a. You can't not drive on them a bit when you're turning around and stuff.
Yeah, they're just going to be that way.
The headlands are always lower yield. Usually they don't grow as well to begin with because of compaction problems.
Mm. So you're going to get what you get. You're going to get what you get off of that.
Yeah,
And
you just kind of try and be as. I look at the headlands as a cost of doing business. You try and limit the amount of extra driving around you're doing on the
Mhm.
inner portions of the field,
right.
because that's where you're making your money.
Well, if you think about it, just like a crop, you wouldn't drive through your wheat.
No, your headland is still viable crop and viable product.
Just not as much.
It may yield a little lower because of compaction problems, but you gotta sacrifice a little something sometimes. You can't always do perfect by everything, right?
Hmm.
So
All right.
You try and limit that impact.
All right. Well, I'll tell you what I could do. I could actually finish this side. I could actually hire the worker to mow the other side. And then I could go get the windrower. No, you know what? No, I'm having fun. I'm going to mow.
Honestly, it'd be half interesting to see what the hired worker decides to do with the mower.
Okay. Well, let's find out. I'm going to do this half first, and then let's see what it does. Good call. We'll test it with the workers.
I'm kind of curious whether it'll swing the hitch or whether it'll just.
Now, if it swung the hitch, I'd be impressed if it did that.
Yeah.
Okay, let's find out.
What on earth are those children doing?
You know what? I'm curious right now. Let's do it right now.
I'm curious too. They've got pillows tied to themselves, and they've got.
Okay, now I'm mowing in the I'm mowing in the grass. That's not.
It's straight path.
Yeah, I wasn't straight. Okay, so what we're doing is we're watching the hired worker.
Watch, it'll flip around and take that little strip,
It probably will.
and then hired worker's done.
If it pushes that around, I'll be very impressed. No. It's not going to do that. Okay, well then now we know that the hired worker's not going to do it the right way.
Okay, so now we come right back to my thoughts on the rollover plow,
Yes.
because I'm fairly certain that the hired worker does
Roll the plow over. Right. I think it does too. I think. Okay, well, I'll get rid of the worker here, and I'll go back to doing it myself here. Let's see. Okay, let's go get that piece that it... Okay.
paying equipment side of things. I think that is one of the biggest things I'd like to see Giants paint.
Yeah, or even do that same thing with those little tongs that come up when you push a button on the shredder or on the processor. Push the button, they come up. I guess maybe they're not doing that because you may have to stop or slow down a little bit in order to make sure the bale don't fall off.
Well,
Unless they just made it to stick.
that, and I think they've kind of got it in a way that you can do like in the video where you carry it on the back.
Yeah, they want to get it.
But you're stopping it halfway.
Right, and Vermeer may not want them to model it that way. They may say, no, we don't want it to automatically go up. We want it to be player controlled.
Well, yeah, we don't know.
Yeah, they may say, no, we want you to have the ability to carry it the way we do it for real. And so Giants is like, okay, well, we'll make it happen like that. You know, they're trying to do it as close to the real product as the real machine as they can. So that makes sense. But I did like.
Maybe that's the reason why they've done what they've done with the hitch, but it doesn't make sense to me because
Yeah.
you know, with that hitch, anything but all the way to one side or the other, so that you're out of the hay.
Right. Okay. So with the processor, at least now we know that actually putting square bales in there is not wrong because it can actually be modified to do it that way.
There is additional features that you can purchase to do it that way. Yes.
Yeah. So if I'm using it for square bales, you could say, well, in its current configuration, it's doing round, but it can be configured to do square with some modification. So
what I took from that was, so that third tine was offset to the right side of the machine.
yeah.
The right panel on the machine was hydraulically controlled and could open and close
Oh, yeah. Okay.
to make it adapt the square bales.
Right. Okay. So, but using it in game, I wouldn't be too far off to throw a square bale in there, because technically it would do it. It just isn't set up right. But yeah, I see what you're saying. Like,
And it had, I've seen the older style do it 100% perfectly well.
yeah, if you've done it.
The only problem we had was, like I said, that instead of it having like a chain to make it unroll in the bottom, it actually, the whole sides and everything made like a tub, and it shook or it rotated up and down like
So,
turner a little better. And then, so when you did square bales and they were cut and they were just the flakes of square bales, it did have a little bit of a spillage problem.
now let me know, Turtle, if you have some input. I know you probably got busy or something there, but feel free to let me know if you have input here.
I really like this stuff. I think they've done a really nice job.
So you like this mower then? You'd use this mower?
I absolutely would.
Okay. Nice.
I think they've done a very good job on this Vermeer pack.
All right. So far we've looked at 2 of them.
A little thing.
Right. And we're going to.
And we're always, like me being as hyper focused on the stuff, some of this stuff, that just,
Well,
you can always find something.
and I like picking your brain about how to do it too.
You can also understand, though, that the game has limitations.
Well,
I'm not trying to trash talk what they did.
Oh, no, not at all. No, right. And what I'm doing is just trying to show you guys the equipment on stream, and I'm getting James's opinion, because as a real farmer, how he sees it in real life. But neither one of us, we both understand there's information about Giants we don't know, and information about the programming that we don't know. So, yeah, we're by no means saying they did a bad job in the making of the mod. So,
and I mean, I don't understand what it would take to switch this hitch system over to more like what the plow does in the coating side, but that's a general, because I would have liked to have seen that in about 17.
So that's really a suggestion I need to remember for the future. If I ever get asked by Giants what I'd like to see in the game, maybe take these mowers right here and add the same mechanism that changes the plows. So
Yep.
I will remember that piece of information.
And as for if I would use this mower, I would use it in real life too.
You would.
In all honesty, if that mower existed when we bought our triple mowers, we may not have bought our triple mower.
Well, it's pretty sturdy. Look at it. I mean,
Well,
to me, it looks like it's pretty sturdily made. Like,
I believe it goes up to 20 feet as well.
if I'm looking at the way this is built, I'm thinking, you know, it seems well built to me. I don't know what I'm looking at, but you know. Okay, well that's good to know. So this is it's a good mower. All right, well,
What model is that one? Wheels? Is that
this is the 1410
That's the big one. That's the biggest one they make.
TM 1410.
I'm back on the website.
Oh, okay. Well, if you see a cool video, let me know.
But it's all in meters. I don't understand that speak. I was looking to see how many feet it is. I think it's a 20-foot mower. Working width is 8.3 meters according to this. Cutting width is only 6.3.
Okay. Which is going to be almost 20 feet.
Yep.
Isn't it? About 20 feet? Something. Give or take a foot, maybe?
Yeah. So the only reason we may not have gone with this if it was available sooner for us
Mm-hmm.
would potentially have been the lack of a conditioner.
Oh, yeah.
But like a 20-foot mower would have been a very, very viable option. Because the thing we don't like about our 30-foot is that it's very limited. You can only hook it to one tractor that we own. You have to have a front 3-point hitch to use ours, and that's like a $20 or $25,000 option on a tractor.
Okay. So how much is this mower? They probably don't give you a price, but
No, there's no price.
I wonder approximately how much they would sell it for. I'm just curious.
That much. I really don't think it'd be that much.
Just curious. Like I'm going directly for that tree right there.
If I requested a quote, I don't think they'll get back to me until tomorrow.
Right. I'm curious. Like I'm not. I guess it doesn't really matter. It's just interesting. I was kind of curious to see how it compared to the game. But it's not neither here nor there, really, is it?
Wow. What was that? Sorry,
It's neither here nor there. How much it is out of the game, you know? I mean, it doesn't really matter. Unless you wanted to buy one. Unless you were a farmer.
What does it give the price in game?
The price in game for this mower is $49,000. $49,500.
That's probably not far off.
Okay.
Okay, I'll be back in a second here.
Yep. So, those of you guys in chat, what do you guys think about the equipment so far? I know I don't have a ton of people here, but anybody have a question about what we've covered so far? I mean, I'll get to the balers and the windrower in a minute, but any question about what we've covered so far? So obviously we've looked at the bale processor and this particular mower so far. So questions? Again, not a ton of people here, but somebody might have something. Oh, you know what? I don't want to do it this way. See what I'm doing. Okay. I want to keep that inside going.
And now all of the videos on this mower, or on this mower anyways, seems to be more of feature videos.
Right. They're not going to... Well, they've got dealers to deal with price.
They aren't like just a cool overview video.
Right. They're not going to tell you
They're showing you how quick it is to change a shear hub.
Oh, yeah, that's not...
So
really.
a shear hub is well, it's not that new, but it's a newer thing. When these disc bind mowers that are like this style cutter bar
Yeah.
came out, they had a major problem or major flaw.
Okay.
If you hit a rock in a field, you could destroy that entire cutter bar because they were all gear driven and there was no breakaway meant to make it.
Yeah.
There was no safety mechanism built into it.
Right.
So all of these brands have come out with their own version of what they call a shear hub.
Okay.
Which is where if you hit an obstacle with one of those, they call them turtles. So turtle, telling you that fact for you. But anyways, if you hit one of those off of an obstacle,
Mm-hmm.
it has a breakaway device set in some description, and it will actually pop up, and then it'll typically disengage one side of the cutter bar.
Mm-hmm.
But it will also pop up so the cutter bar doesn't come to a complete, like a sudden stop and destroy gears within it.
And that'd be underneath.
Anything beyond that can freewheel to a nice easy stop, and anything before that will stay powered until you shut it off.
Mm-hmm. Where would that be located? Underneath the black covering?
If you lift it up and then you crouch down, you might be able to see each one of them. But
Okay.
they're basically the turtle is the disc that has the knives on it, and there's several of them.
Okay. Oh, I see it.
Yeah. So each one of those would be considered a turtle.
Okay. So every one of those.
I think it's because of the shape of them. They're like a turtle shell.
So every one of those has a mechanism that'll make them pop up and disengage.
It either pop up or disengage. Every brand has their own style and system.
Yeah.
So there was a video on there about how it was a sales video about how easy they are to change.
Okay.
But they have a breakaway device, a safety mechanism to protect the rest of the machine. Because the original disc mowers, which were that style,
They didn't have that.
you could destroy that entire cutter head with one rock.
Right. So now they have individual pieces that disengage and for whatever way get out of the way and stop cutting when they hit something that's.
And a lot of them are quick repair now too.
Okay. Well, and they want to show you, you can quickly and easily repair our unit,
Some of them are as simple as there's a little cap on top of the turtle, and then there's a shaft. The shaft comes up through, and then there's a pin that goes through the shaft, and it just locks into essentially like a spline. And that pin is tempered to a certain hardness.
Right.
That pin will shear, but the bearings are all still the way they're supposed to be, and it won't even pop up. It'll just disengage that, but the shaft can still spin inside of that.
So many turtles.
There's all kinds of different ways, but the idea of every single one of them is to allow that turtle on top to stop being driven and prevent more damage.
So safety, turtle safety.
Safety turtles.
Right. They're looking out for you, Mr. Turtle. Speed.
Turtle, I've got a question. So those cutter heads typically spin in the area of 2,000 to 2,200 RPM, as far as I understand, with most brands. Is that how fast a turtle can spin on his shell?
These are questions that we need to figure out.
That is a need to know.
Try it real quick and let us know.
Oh It'll be one dizzy turtle. I believe 2200 RPM is the spec on a John Deere. Not making time. Those knife blades are moving.
Yeah, they're.
And that's why they make that hum noise. I don't know if you've ever been near one in a field or like had one in a field.
Definitely heard them before.
They have a very distinct hum. That is the actual knives on the ends of those turtles that you hear.
Right.
You're actually hearing the knives distorting the air.
Talk about Ninja Turtles.
Yeah, but that is like because the knives, you can buy different knives.
Yeah.
And
I'm like a commercial zero-turn morphs. Really? Is that true? Okay.
yeah, you can actually get different pitch ones that will give more lift that are more specialized if you're hay or if you're mowing different crops too. Like if you're mowing more grass and it's a type of grass that tends to sit down lower and kind of fall over, you may want like a high lift blade. So you'd go to a steeper angle to give it more lifting action in the airflow underneath those curtains. And they all make very different. You change to a different knife, and it makes a very different sound. I don't think a commercial zero-turn blade does 15,000 RPM. I feel as though that's
a little over-exaggeration.
I feel as though it is. I mean, if 15,000 RPMs is the speed of a turtle, that I can understand. He'd also have to stop and do like a Jim Carrey from The Mask and say, "Smoking" afterward. Don't just provide protection from flying debris that you may hit. They're also there to help create that vacuum in the airflow underneath the machine.
Mm-hmm.
They're there to create a bit of a lifting action of the mower, so it pulls any like down crop or
right. It's like
settled a little bit.
Okay, it's pulling it up.
Yep, it will lift just like a lawnmower. A lawnmower is designed to actually lift the grass a little bit and cut it.
Hmm.
Actually, like you can go across the field. So, say you're in a funny spot, a crooked corner of the field. With our previous mower that made windrows, if you overlapped a windrow with the corner of the mower, it would suck that hay back up and move it to the new windrow.
So I think when we windrow, what we're gonna do is we're gonna do a couple of rows on the outside, and then I'm gonna bale it and pick it up. Or no, or just bale it. Oh well, maybe not. No, because these got to be wrapped. I forgot.
If you bale it with the self-propelled, it should be pretty easy to whip out a little ways out of the way, like out into the grass that's not cut, to unload the bales, just so they're out of your way, and then you won't have to worry about wrapping them till after.
Well,
just my thought of how to make it easier with the game.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I could do that. And well, what I want to do is do a couple of headlands, and then.
But then you could just save the pull type baler for when you're doing back and forth.
Yeah, that's what I might, or I might do yeah. Well, either one. We'll try them both.
You're also going to be using your tractor for the windrower too, so.
Yes.
That self-propelled baler would be quick and easy to jump into and zip up the headlands.
Yep, you may do that. Yep, that way I won't have to disconnect. That's a good idea, actually. I'll use that first.
So when you get to the balers, we can talk about the balers for a minute when I finish up.
Oh, sure.
In real life, I have first-hand close-up experience with a Vermeer baler that was purchased 5 years ago, I think.
Okay.
And I have some experience with New Holland, and a little bit of experience with a John Deere round baler. And that Vermeer baler is double the baler that either of the other two brands I've got up close and personal experience with. Far better built than any of the ones I've looked at farm shows that are the other brands. Like I've looked at them.
So as far as the way it's put together, repairs, that kind of thing.
I'm not bashing the other brands, but this thing, like that Vermeer baler that the guy I know bought, it looked like you could drive over a tree and bale it. Like it was heavily, like I think it was overkill. But I like that at the same time because it just didn't really look too close at how hard it looked like it was going to be to change parts, but everything just looked bigger on it.
So you see the action here, shutting the mower.
Yep.
Okay, so just the way it's built is...
Yeah, it just looked really, really sturdily built.
Sturdy. Okay, that was actually a word I was thinking about. All right, well...
I'm not sure how they compare. Like, I don't think... There's nothing wrong with John Deere round baler or the New Holland round baler.
No, it's just saying, you're just saying how good that one you like versus the other.
Looks like, yeah, like it looked really, really quality.
3,200 to 34.
Okay.
He went and looked it all up.
Yeah, I know he did.
Oh. Sorry, I'm watching chat.
Yeah.
I'm watching my other screen. Not my chat, I was looking at 16,000 feet per minute is blade tip. Blade tip. Okay.
Yeah, that makes more sense. That number, that math makes more sense in my brain.
All right. So here's the mower. So we're done with this. Let's go get the windrower. I'll do a couple of rows in the windrower.
That mower actually has 14 turtles on it.
14 turtles.
14 discs, which
14 turtle mowers.
I've always heard them called turtles. So.
Hey, I'll go for that.
Disc speed on that particular mower is 2,690 RPM.
Okay. There's the turtles. Nice. Fast little buggers. Okay.
And the curtain material is 1,400 GM squared polyester woven material with flexible PVC covering.
Nice.
Whatever that means.
Okay, so check out this windrower before we...
Oh, and it has an optional something, it calls it an optional swath wheel.
Oh.
I don't know what that kind of makes swaths, but...
Okay, I can pull it in. Or I can keep it out. No, what? So why would you be able to move it in and out like that?
If you wanted to make a wider or narrower swath, depending on...
So that's going to be a narrow swath?
Yeah, if it's tighter in, it's going to make a narrower windrow.
Okay. So typically, I don't know where I would be. I would think that depends on my equipment.
Well, typically narrower would be better because it's easier to follow. But certain. Okay, so if you were in a heavy crop, you may want to leave it a little wider to let it dry better.
Okay.
Now the other thing is, it's pretty difficult to tell here what the actual row width is, but like a round baler and a big square baler, you have to follow your row. Like you have to, if you do a narrow windrow, you have to wiggle back and forth to make a proper round bale, or to make a proper square bale to feed the machine evenly side to side. Whereas being able to adjust that, you could make the windrow the right width that you could pretty much just drive straight down.
So,
That's not a game feature of having to worry about that, but
so you fold it up, it lift it up, and the tires lift up at the front, and you're good to go. It's neat. All right.
that rake might be one of my favorite tools of the whole.
Really?
Totally, yeah, I think it might be. It just,
Why, you just like the way it looks?
I just love it.
Yeah, look at it. It's it's quite. I don't know. It's unique, isn't it?
Yep.
Okay. Well, it's cool. Let's try it.
Oh, they make a rotary rake too. They make a little rake like the twirly style.
All right. So Vermeer Windrower. It is pretty cool. It has a little character to it. I don't know. It's neat the way it unfolds. Like the hydraulic, just making the slide down the pole there, and that's cool. And the way the actual windrow part looks, the way it. Well, let's see what it looks like when we're picking up grass with it then.
Something nostalgic to me about an old roll bar style rake.
Okay.
It's just something nostalgic because that's what I learned to rake hay with.
Okay, we're gonna start down here. Very simplistic. But, it's sophisticated too. And the fact that I can change the size of my windrow mechanically, I mean, that's... Okay. So we'll lower it down. Flip this on, and we'll see what it looks like here. It's cool. So, like, that's the thin windrow. Oh, and you can tell. Well, I'm not doing a full swath either. Well, I think I'd want to leave it thin. I don't... If it was thicker, does it even show you that? It really doesn't make a difference. It's the same. Or is it piling it different? It almost seems like it's more compact, like this.
Makes a nice row anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, now you're pushing it backward.
Yeah, I know.
Get your row all messed up.
Well, here you go. I like the way the grass flows off the front. It's cool.
Like the way the bars roll.
Yeah.
But just, I learned on a roll bar, an old New Holland roll bar rake, and this is a modern version of that. A modern, bigger version of that, and I like it.
The roll bar is referring to the actual,
The way the bars go. Like
the actual rakes.
wheels on either end.
Yeah.
Yeah. New Holland still makes the old style roll bars as well, I believe.
Okay.
And they are just, I don't know, that's what I learned to rake hay with. And they were such a nuisance to set up because your height controls were two cranks. So if we didn't rake the whole field, we finished raking for the day and we just unhooked them in the field because you had to crank those cranks all the way up to get it up in the air to take it home. So we just put the jack down, pull the pin, and let's go.
I need to probably be turning faster than what I'm doing. I think that's my problem is.
Square corners are a nuisance.
I think it'll be like the mower. I think it'll actually do the square corner if I turn at the right time.
Yeah, it might. It'll probably do okay at it anyway.
Yeah, better than what I'm doing. I'm gonna try to turn at a little bit quicker at the 90-degree angle. Of course, we have a rounded side of the field right here, so.
Golly, I'm excited for this rig.
Nice. Well, I'm glad to hear that. So next week it'll be $7.99. Right now it's $6.99 on Giant's website.
Included with the season pass, though, is it not?
Included with the season pass, I believe, yeah. We'll swing just a little bit wider because I got this area sticking out here.
You were doing wide turns when you were doing your land or your strikeouts.
Yeah, I wasn't paying attention on both those two passes. And
Oh well.
I always had to get off and crank the cranks. My granddad knew exactly how many cranks to go down and field based on how well the mower cut the field.
Turtle knows the pain. And it wasn't like 2 or 3 cranks. to me, as a 10-year-old kid, it felt more like 200 or 300.
It's probably 20, 30.
Yeah.
Well, it's listed below in my description. There we go. I couldn't remember off the top of my head. Thank you.
Did you just start guessing, Turtle?
Well, I forgot what it was. It's been a while. I have to check my deal.
Well,
I think
typically a lot of people worried about your Giants code when you're streaming Star Citizen either, so.
no. For sure not.
This equipment would look so good on the back of some of the classic tractors, Turtle, when I use.
Yeah.
Turtle, can you picture one of your Alice Chalmers pulling this puppy around the field, Turtle? I'm picturing a nice IH 1086 just ripping around with this stuff.
20 to 30 crank range. It's really, if you start.
They didn't necessarily crank easy either.
No, I'm sure.
See, it sounds like Turtle was fortunate that the rake was typically always on the same tractor too. Because at that time, we had a mix and match of tractors. We didn't have all green tractors and they didn't all have the same drawbar heights. So it varied depending on what tractor we took to rake for the day.
Right.
You never knew how many cranks it was going to take. Stop it. Hey, I'm dreaming here, Turtle. I got dreams.
Well, yeah, and I don't have the same mods.
No, I don't know that you have some of those. Well,
I wouldn't mind.
the newest IH86 series isn't even on the server because it just came out, and it is nice. But oh yeah, like there's just something, and I mean I know I'm a classic tractor nut, but there is just something to me, something about a classic tractor out there in a hayfield making hay.
Yeah.
Even more so than like being out working dirt and stuff. Like you can go work dirt with whatever. But I'm freaking hay, just a fine classic tractor out there, just making hay. They don't get real dirty when they're making hay. They look real nice out there making hay. I don't know. There's just something about it. And I feel and Turtle will totally agree with that.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure.
Just there's something about like, and maybe it's because the haying equipment. Typically, the older tractors are still big enough to do it.
Right.
So, like a lot of the haying equipment doesn't take a ton of horsepower. Most hay rakes you can use whatever for. Well, big square balers take a little more power, but like a lot of that stuff you can do with smaller tractors. So maybe it's just because it seems like the older tractors are fitting.
Mm-hmm. The guy my granddad worked for had 2 tractors. One was used for raking, which is a smaller John Deere, and then the cab 4-wheel drive JD was used for round baler. Oops. And I'm missing spots.
We had at least 5 tractors as viable options when we were raking hay. We had, so Grandpa had the 1830 John Deere, which is still an amazing little tractor to drive around. That tractor will never leave the farm. It's slated to be restored someday. So we could rake with the 1830. When the Alice Chalmers had a head gasket that worked in it, it would go and rake sometime because it was a nice little raking tractor. We had the white. We had an old white silver bullet. And sometimes we'd even break out the bigger tractors. It was just whatever was available usually went to rake hay. So sometimes one of them, like the white had a loader, so sometimes it would be out picking up bales instead of raking hay or whatever. It always depended on how much help there was and how much work there was to do. And now our main raking tractor, because we've got a little bit bigger hay rakes, is our 4055, which used to be the Mower tractor, the one that I used to mow at 20 miles an hour with.
Nice. Well, I'll tell you what I could do is, I think I want to finish this one more row.
You want to do a fourth?
Let's see. I'm on my 4th now. I think I will.
Raking is definitely one of those jobs that seems to be a lot easier to do at nice straight rows.
Yeah, it does.
Now other way this could be done, being that you're going to bale the headlands.
Mm-hmm.
If you drove, so basically, you know how your corners would come in on a 45-degree angle, where you've missed your snippets and stuff.
Yeah.
After you bale, you could do a quick little pass on those angles in each of the corners, and
Yeah.
just throw them up and grab them after.
Yeah.
So when I was out west on the combine crew, and this is a totally different sort of a scenario, we had 5 to 6 combines, usually working in the same field. So I'm sure you can imagine the logistical nightmare to keep the augers all out ready for the grain cart whenever the grain cart was nearby.
Yeah, you know, now it could just come up here like this while I'm here and just...
Good. So what we did was, because backing up was a problem. If you backed up in the field, you risked a lot of troubles.
Yeah.
So for the time savings and efficiency, we just went around, we just turned the corners, and we left strips on each corner.
Yeah.
Each and every corner had like all these little triangles all the way the
Yeah. Yeah.
So everybody just kept going around and around in circles.
Mm-hmm.
And just leaving these triangles. That was the way it was supposed to be done. And then at the end of the field,
Right.
Everybody on the last couple rounds, there'd be combines breaking off on these corners and going to cut those strips, those spots.
Okay, just kind of like what I'm doing here. Yeah.
Because for efficiency, it kept us moving to just leave those little skips and then just go and get them at the end.
Okay.
It was just, so that's how we did it. And it worked out really, really well, really.
Interesting.
To be honest. It drove me crazy the first few fields because I hate leaving stuff like that.
Yeah, but when you saw it at the end.
But the only other alternative with a combine to cut the row or cut the corners square and get it all would be to come straight out and then do like a 270-degree loop.
Yeah.
And that's not efficient. That takes a lot of time where your header's not in the crop.
Uh-huh. In this case, it keeps you cutting actual crop longer.
Your header was in the crop all the time that way. Yes, there was a little bit of messing around at the end of the field, but that was also, you were running in a pretty straight line and you were able to cut it pretty quick.
Yeah.
They typically took 2 passes. It typically took a pass down and a pass back to get them. But
that was more efficient. They figured than the other way.
Well, and that's just it. We were rolling into entire sections. So like we were rolling into, it was not uncommon at all to roll into a 640-acre field. And we would cut that in under a day and be on to the next field. I think our record day with 5 combines was 960 acres was what we had figured out.
All right, so let's see.
We weren't messing around getting just short of 1,000 acres in a day.
No. Okay, well, I'm going to need this again anyway, but that's okay. I'm going to pull it out here so it's out of the way.
Oh, yeah. You got to get it out of the baler's way.
All right. No. It won't let me go to the... Okay. Oh, yeah, there it is. Okay. All right, so here we are at the ZR5 1200. So now I'll use this later. 605N wide pickup. There's that. Now you're thinking these are pretty much...
I think they're the same baler unit.
They're just, yeah, this one's just got us.
One just has an axle and a hitch hooked onto it, and the other one is stuffed in between inside of a drive system.
Yeah, you may be right, because looking at it, they're very, very similar, aren't they?
What's okay? So what's the model of the pull type one?
The
605N.
yeah,
Okay, what's it? Look at the. Okay, hang on. Spin to the back of the kind of the back side of the self-propelled. There's a number on it. No, if you like, just to the
yeah,
side.
there it is, Z605N. So here, what we have here, we have the same unit, 65N, and the Z65N, 605N.
Z will just signify that it's for the zero turn baler.
Yeah.
Zero turn self.
So these are literally the same balers.
Okay. I can't describe what I'm seeing there.
Yeah.
Right behind the back wheel of the self-propelled, I can see where the axle shaft would stub into that baler that's on the self-propelled unit,
Okay.
like the pull type axle shaft.
Okay.
I can see the hole where I think it would go.
Okay. So that's very interesting that these are the same units. One's just configured to do the zero turn.
Well, and there might be mounting brackets different.
Oh, there is, and probably, but that's
the internals, the belts, the baler specific parts would be very much the same.
Everything pretty much the same. Interesting. I didn't notice that. That was real good observation there. All right, well, we're gonna take this guy. You know, nothing. When I looked at this earlier, I didn't really see anything fancy as far as, you know, the interior. As far as the lights, what is the thing for the lights? I don't remember what I have it set to. I don't usually use lights on these. Well, we have that. Is it K? No. I thought it was K on most of these.
What's K? For the light?
For the lights, yeah.
It's the same as the tractor lights.
What are those? K?
No.
I don't know what it is. Let me look.
Tractor lights, aren't they F?
That may be.
Headlights and stuff?
There you go. Yes, F. There. I couldn't remember what it was. All right, so there's your lights. I don't have turning indicators set. I don't believe. I don't really use turning indicators much. We did turn on.
Have them on the front? Oh yeah, it does.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's no, obviously if I turn on the baler, then you can see the bands rolling around. That looks cool.
Yeah, it's nice to see that they put the like the zipper.
Well, there's my.
And that they didn't align them in the same spot.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I ever did the turning indicator. Now I'm wondering what it is.
Keypad 1 and 3, I think, or numpad. Yeah, Turtle says 1 and 3 on the numpad.
Yeah, I think I've changed those.
Probably, because you like to reverse your entire.
Well, I used a number pad. Yeah.
It'll probably be left alt or something like that.
I had thought at one point.
You may not have even rebound them if you don't use them typically.
No, not in Farm Sim.
Exactly.
I'm-
You may not have even rebound them if you.
I'm looking for it, though.
skis.
Yeah, that may be true. Maybe I'll do that right now. All right, it's gonna get me if I don't do it. So
Shouldn't be that far down. It should be up in the basic stuff, up near the.
you would think so, yeah.
Should be right.
Oh, here we
below
go.
Lighting.
Yeah, beacon lights home, left toggle light reverse, left F, left shift
Yes,
F,
they're not bound to anything.
right, which would be left would be that, and right would be that. Okay. Left shift F for your reverse lights, I guess it said.
Oh, I think that would be to cycle through your lights backwards.
Yeah, I think so, yeah. All right, so there's our turning indicator one way, turning indicator the other.
Oh, they're way up there. Okay. I was expecting them to be down in those dual lights on the back of the baler.
Mm-hmm. Yep, nope, they're not there.
Are the brake lights down there?
I don't think so.
Oh.
I wonder if those are just reflectors, I guess.
So they're non-functional on this unit. Because those are the lights on the other baler. I don't understand why they modeled them in without...
Yeah, I don't know.
I guess they probably just didn't unmodel them, but...
Right.
I don't know why they wouldn't have scripted them into work. Would have been way more cooler with them.
I don't know, yeah, it would have been. All right, well, look at this thing, man. I forget how wide it says it is. It's pretty wide. Like, it's going to take up, well, it's going to be one side of a road, so it's, what, 8 feet?
I'm not sure what size bales. That might be a 6 foot wide. Like the bale chamber might be 6 feet wide. What was that? A 60?
So you can change the bale size from 180 centimeters to 125. So you got 125, 150, and 180.
I'm talking about the width.
Oh,
605N baler.
yeah. Z, yeah.
Yeah, well, that's the Z.
Yeah, the Z part, but yeah.
Bale width is 154.9 centimeters.
So the trailer to pick these up will pick up, well, you know what? I wonder what size the wrapper will do.
No, they're a 5 foot wide bale, not a 6 foot.
Okay. So there's my round baler. So this won't do 180. So I'm going to make them 150. I was going to go with the biggest one. And I got to think, well,
Good thing you didn't. You've done that before, haven't you? Or turtle?
yes, I have. And well, Turtle might have done it too. I don't know. Okay, let's go with, set that right now to 150.
So that belted area on the baler,
Mm-hmm.
like the roll belts,
Mm-hmm.
is 5 feet wide. To give
Okay.
you an idea of the width of the machine.
Okay, so we got to be pushing 8 feet, 9 feet.
Oh, you'd probably be 9.
All right, well, let's go down to the end I started at.
Just run that bush over casually.
This is a cool unit. I like this thing. All right, so we'll come up here to the end.
It is kind of cool, but I do still think like a 1086 on the front of the pull type one's cooler. Because
Well,
classic iron, I don't like new fancy things.
Of course you do. It's got a good sound to it. You can't really hear it on stream, but okay. So we've already kind of looked at it somewhat. There's not really a lot more to say about it. As I said earlier, you can change the hubs to yellow.
the best thing to say right now is let her rip, tater chip.
All right, so we do have a bale counter. So it's set at 0 right now. Yeah, I like it.
Okay, so the hubs on in the pictures of the one on here are black.
Okay. This is neat. Okay. Well, there we are. Now, oh, I need to turn on the auto discharge. It does. You know what? That might not actually come up. That might be a mod that I have. I'm not sure if the automatic discharge is a thing on it or not.
Probably not.
I don't think it is. That's a mod that I have. So I don't have to move forward. It'll come off the baler without me having to move. So now the Z for automatic drop off, that's a, like I said, that's a mod. So I'll go ahead and leave it. I'll turn it on, but it's not going to do it automatic. Vanilla. Okay, I think what I'm going to do is grab that bit that we left there. Oops. Yeah, this thing definitely 0 turn, man. Well, if I'm going to...
That's one of their claims about it is you can flip right around, go back on the next row, no matter how close together they are, because
Yeah.
you don't have a drive shaft between the tractor and baler to worry about.
Right. That's nice.
So I typically skip bale when I'm baling, so that I'm not making too sharp of a turn.
Okay, now see, the one thing I don't like about the automatic unloader is that you do that. So I think if I'm using this, I don't know if I like the auto unload.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't use the auto unload because then, yeah, you can't position. And I tend to play a lot of maps that have hills on them too, so sometimes you gotta turn a little bit before you let the bale out, or it'll just take off down the hill.
Right. Oh, that's okay if I'm missing a couple pieces of grass here. Okay, 88.
Yeah, I haven't baled a ton of bales, like round bales, personally in my life. I've moved a lot of them. I've been very fortunate to mostly run big square balers where you just drive and it falls off the back of its own.
Now see, what the only issue that I have is I tend to want to back up a little bit anyway because I might not stop on a dime.
Yep.
So I think I'll tend to continue to, if I was using this, to do what I always do. If I was using the auto drop, what I would do is just don't worry about the little bit that's left over and come back with the forage wagon and rake it, maybe, but I don't know.
Turtle, I don't know if you've noticed what I'm noticing in a very hard to see glimpse. But I remember you were having problems. We didn't like the swather because the swivel wheels didn't swivel, but I feel like I'm seeing those front wheels swivel. That script might be a thing now.
Oh yeah, the swivel, yeah. Right there, you mean?
Yep. Well, we've got a couple of self-propelled mowers on the server.
Mm-hmm.
But the wheels don't swivel, and it drove both of us crazy when we had to sell it.
Well, these swivel, looks like to me.
So typically, eventually, somebody cracks it, at least to get parts of the code from a DLC. That may be a sign of things to come in the modding world. I don't condone such a thing, but I've noticed it does happen.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and I'm full here. Here, I'm gonna actually back up to toss this.
I'm all for paying for whatever.
Yeah.
So I like the. Oh, it was a mod doing that. They actually work normally, do they? Oh, well, you never told me that. Here I thought it was. The wheels just didn't swivel right.
The mod you have is making it do that.
Oh, well, I guess. I don't know what mod it is, so.
That's pretty good. I like it. I mean, not a whole lot to it once you figure out what you want to do. I mean, for me, I keep forgetting that I'm running out of, that I'm full. That's a wheels problem.
I typically have the gain volume in general turned down low enough that I can't hear the beep because I'm kind of deaf and I tone out things like that. Get close.
Yeah.
But I typically like that gentle beep that it makes. I don't pay attention to that.
Well, I think I hear it, but I think I turn it out too.
Yeah, I tune it out. I can hear it. If I'm paying attention, I can hear it. And a lot of the time I'll hear it come on at the 75 or 80%, but by the time it gets full, I've completely ignored it.
All right, I'm still here. I'm just making an adjustment here in my seat. Okay. Getting a little tired of sitting the way I was sitting. It's pretty good, you know? Here, the thing is it's not quick. So people, you know.
Round baling isn't quick.
Right. So that's something to, you know, for me to keep in mind. Like, generally I get in a huge hurry when I'm playing farm sim. If I had a smaller maps where I had less to do, then I might spend more time on the actual game mechanics of the equipment and the actual doing the work rather than, you know, the career part of it, which, you know, but that's what I like. I mean,
yeah. Well, and everybody likes their own way of doing it. That's I enjoy the sitting back and relaxing and enjoying the smaller farm. I don't care how much money I make as long as I have enough to buy.
you can hear the hydraulics when it shuts.
Yeah.
After you're done, you can hear a where it's letting the pressure out to shut.
Yep.
I'm sure I'm going to get one of these. You know, if I'm playing farm sim, I'm going to get one of these. If I'm doing round baling, this would probably be my go-to equipment for round baling at this point. I do like the Vicon fast baler. The only reason I like it is because it wraps bales too.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind the extra tasks. So for me, I prefer a baler that just bales.
Yeah, right.
Not saying I wouldn't use this, but I still think I'd stick to the full handle. as cool as this thing is,
Well, you like what you like, right? You know, I mean,
it seems like it's too new and fancy for my liking. It's
mhm.
cool. It just seems too new and fancy for me. Jeez, I'm not doing very good at this playing something that I was going to be playing something.
No, you're giving me some good info though.
Yeah, I'm just kicking.
I appreciate it.
I got my chair leaned back now that I don't have to type.
Dude, I'm gonna be a round baler convert.
I'm not going to do squares anymore at all.
Now, see, I can literally do this all in cab because I can hear it when it shuts and it moves the vehicle a little bit. So I don't have to worry about the bale hitting the bale after it comes out.
But one nice efficiency thing for this machine that they haven't really spoke of, it's hydrostatic. So if you've got a lot of variable windrows, if you've got a bit of an uneven crop,
Mm-hmm.
you've got an infinitely variable transmission to adjust your speed to the windrow size. Whereas that's not always the case with tractors pulling.
I have to be watching it. That get that thing on the outside.
Yeah,
I can hear it shut.
so yeah, you've got an infinitely variable transmission. So
Wonder if you can.
if you're trying to push it, you could vary it a lot more precisely
Wouldn't
to
it?
be able to do all that stuff.
Wouldn't it be cool if the little screen there inside would show the actual door being open?
That would be really cool. It would also be really cool if it had like very bright, very large bale fill indicator like lines.
Mm-hmm.
Ones that said something along the lines of, "Hey dummy, I'm full."
Right, which I apparently need to be told a lot.
I'd need to be told that too.
I mean, it's 18 mile an hour, so how fast is the
Kilometers per hour, Wheels.
kilometers? Sorry. What? I wonder how fast the Vicon baler is.
I don't know. Look in the store, it should say.
Yep. Okay. So it's working speed 17 kilometers. So about the same.
The same, yeah.
Now, as opposed to say the Coon is also 17. Then you got the little baler. Which,
Yeah, so,
hey, that little baler would make bales small enough to fit in that processor, wouldn't it?
oh yeah, sure would.
Yeah, you could pile them up in there.
So
Maybe that's a good use for that.
it sounds like 17 is the standard for round balers in game.
Right, so 18 is a little bit faster.
Yeah. Just a little bit, yep. Like a half mile.
It feels like it's going really fast inside it, though.
Well, it is. Here's zip zooming all over the place.
Yeah. Other than sound, there's not really any other indication that the bale. And in this case, it ain't full. I still got 97.
Yeah.
It's not 100%, so you can't put a bale out at 97. I was wondering if you could do that. I didn't think you could, but
No, bale's got to be full to put it out. I think you could unload a part bale though if you wanted to.
I think you can if you shut the engine, the baler off.
Oh, okay. Basically end the baling process.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Nice and quiet. It better be.
Yeah.
As expensive as this thing is. I love the view though, man. I mean, sheesh. If you put your field of view to wide, you'd see the whole. You can't see the mirrors, but it's a wide unit, so the mirrors have to be out there. You know, obviously I could turn a little bit that way if I wanted to see. Oops. You can't really see it open or anything from the mirror. You can hear it going. If you turn up the volume of your equipment high enough, you can definitely hear it.
Yeah.
What time is it anyway? Oh, it's only 10 after 9. All right, well, let's continue on.
Should be back in about 5 minutes, Wills.
Yeah, take your time. Take your time. So, what do you guys think about the Vermeer DLC so far? I think it's definitely well done, and it would be worth it to buy. I definitely would buy it. And if you have the season pass, you know, I think this is a well done mod that well done DLC that I think you guys will like. So the bale processor, pretty cool. We covered that a way long time ago, and then we mowed. And we windrowed partially. Ooh, and I'm like totally driving along. And I forgot to empty my bale out. So, anyway, empty our bale. This is a baling contract, which means that I need to wrap these before I sell them, which isn't part of the DLC, but it's Field 71. It's the mowing contract. I'm Field 71 on Wolf Creek by Dadgenet, otherwise known as Pleasant Valley, Wolf Creek, and then on the default map, Elm Creek. This is Field 71 on the default Elm Creek map. So I will have to go get a wrapper before I actually finish my contract, but I figured it was a perfect opportunity to show off the Vermeer equipment. Does anybody have any questions about the Vermeer equipment so far that maybe you just got here? Anything like that I can help you out with? I'm just baling the headlands on this field, and then I'll be using the other baler too in a little bit. I really like this one though. I really prefer this. For round bales, I really think I'm gonna make this my go-to baler for round bales when I do them. I still prefer square, but okay, let's go out cab so you can look at the animations. So the bale will go far enough behind it where you don't have to pull forward in order to shut the gate back down. Oop. Get this a little bit here. I don't know if I can get a good look at it picking up or not. You can see what it's doing there. All right, and then it's kind of a close-up. Bale rolls off the end. You've got the bands still moving. That thing kicks it away a little bit, so it pushes it away as it's shutting. Very well done machine, very thought out. They need one of these in the FSL. Wouldn't it be cool if you could pick one of these as your machine in the FSL? Scarab 0909. Did you see there is a new rake from Class in the shop? A new rake, huh? You mean windrower? Oh, yeah. Is this the one you're talking about? And welcome to the stream. Linear 4900 business. I assume. Those are mods. Very cool. No, I did not see that. Now let's see what those specs are. Thanks. And yeah. So 6 ton, 115 horsepower, 15 meter width. And very cool. Maybe I'll have to try this too. I'll have to try that. Very nice. Thank you for pointing that out. All right, so drop the bale out. Now watch when I shut. So you see it right there. When I shut it, it'll kick up that bar. Bam. Kick it, move it just a little bit. Hey, B-Shop, how you doing? It does look good. Yeah, it sure does. Now, those of you guys who might be just joining me, the other pull-behind baler is a 605N. This is a Z605N, which is the same baler as the other baler in the Vermeer pack, but this one's configured to go on the zero-turn equipment. Other than that, and a little different configuration to be mounted, it's the same piece of equipment. So it'll do 3 bale sizes, 125, 150, and 180 centimeter bales. Now, I'm doing 150s because that's how big the bale wrapper, the biggest one the bale wrapper I have will take. I know I'm leaving a little bit of grass on the field here, but I don't care really. I mean, it's a contract. Saw it in a YouTube video, so I needed someone to stream to go check it out. Oh, okay. Well, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll lease it. Oh, I forgot to put the... I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll lease it, and we'll check it out as a bonus. I mean, I gotta wrap these bales. I'm not really sure how I want to go about. I guess, yeah, I'll do that. Man, I hate that I'm missing. Um, some of this. And the sounds are really cool. They did a great job with the sounds. And we'll kick it back. Now, I believe the smaller pull behind does the same thing. We'll kick the bale backwards like that. It would be nice to see it. Do you mind to quick look through the other categories? Sure. Yeah, I'll be happy to look. Well, I'm sure there's a modded bale wrapper out there somewhere. You know, of course, the bale wrapper that's in game will do 125 and 150. So, you know, I mean, I guess I could use the one of these to make a tube. But yeah, 125, 150 centimeter. Um, well, okay. So this one is 125, 150. Yeah. Will this one do it? Okay. No, this one also only does that. True. All right. Yeah, as far as like other trailers, I might miss stuff that might be new. I don't know if it'll be at the very end. Was this thing there before? I don't recall seeing that. Unless you guys remember. Oh, yeah. I wasn't paying too much attention last update. Those are mods. Don't think there's anything new. Uh, sure, we'll just kind of. I would assume there's no more cotton. Okay, nothing stone picker, mulchers. I guess those are all the same, right? Okay, we go into our mods. At that point, plows, cultivators. I don't know if how long that's been around. That might be in there. That might have been the original. Speed tiller. We got mods there. Yeah, I thought so. Planners. Yeah, that's a mod. Okay. Well, let's see. Check.
I'm back.
Welcome back. So there is a new windrower in the list. The Liner 4900 business.
Oh, okay. Yeah, too big for my style, probably.
Yeah, I'm gonna lease it so I can check. I'm not sure how many of these I want to go through their Scarab. I'm pretty sure there's nothing new on this side. It looks to me like that windrower's pretty much. I mean, I've skipped a couple of things, but I'm pretty sure I haven't seen any more tractors. Trucks, I'm pretty sure there's no more of those. I mean, the grape technology, we've got additional. I think there is something additional for that. I don't remember for sure. Possibly. Well, I'd have it if there was, but because this is the 1.7 update. Tractors, sure. Pretty sure there's no additional tractors.
Surprised they would have added anything without showing a fact sheet of it, but or did they? And I just didn't see it.
That I'm not sure about. I didn't. Now, I have not activated the Kubota pack, I don't think. Because I don't see any of those in here. Well, they wouldn't be here. Yeah, I thought there was a new grape harvester coming. Because I'm pretty sure I didn't see any. If I go to K for Kubota, I don't think I even put them in. I don't think I ever activated it. In fact, I'm pretty sure I know that I didn't. I need to. I didn't really see anything in the Kubota pack that I might use in my playthrough. Yep, that's about all I see. But I'll go get that other windrower to look at. You know, we'll do a couple of rows with it. I got one more row around, and then I'll have to figure out what to do. What map am I on? I'm on Pleasant Valley Wolf Creek by Dadgenet. But this is field 71 in Wolf Creek, and in Elm Creek both. So Dave's 4X. Yeah, that's the only thing I see. I didn't check all the little subcategories, but I think, oops, forgot to shut the gate.
Forgot to close her up again.
Yeah, I keep doing that. What you working on, Turtle, if you're here in the chat? All right, so shut the gate, kick the bale back, bam, and move on. I guess the mod comes out on Tuesday, or the DLC, with patch 1.7. I've really looked at the patch notes, so I don't really know what they've done for 1.7. I noticed when I first came into my Wolf Creek game save on Dave's map here that I did have some stuttering. Sold my silage on PV Wolf Creek, bought a gravel pit, just getting it all set up, getting ready to plant my sugarcane and soybeans. Oh. Oh. All right.
He's getting right after it.
I don't have the patch notes. No, I mean, I'd have to look them up. I don't know if they've released patch notes yet. They didn't give Dave a copy that I know of, unless he knows and he just hasn't. But no, I don't know of any yet. They may be available on their website. I'm not really sure. Or on Steam. Oh, I'm full. If they're available somewhere, let me know. But I didn't check. Patch notes are released the day of the patch. Right. Same time, right. Yep, so just have to wait for that. Obviously, we got a sneak peek at the rake that they put in. There may be still additional stuff that they're trying to put on it too. So, no clue.
They may not be done with the patch. They may have just decided that it was close enough that they let it out for you guys to
Right, right. That's what I mean. Like,
off.
right, there may be another. This is actually literally labeled Vermeer pre-release patch.
Yeah, so they very likely may not be done.
Mm-hmm. Or putting some final finishes on it.
Yeah.
Let's just spin this around here for a second. It's 4 a.m. I just have to have a look at the new rake. Oh, all right. Well, I'll go get it right now. I mean, I think this, as nice as it is to have a new rake, I think the best new rake they gave us is right here. This thing right here is awesome.
I like that thing.
But I'll go get that Kloss rake for you and we'll check it out real quick. I can do a couple of passes with it. Well, I need to figure out what I want to do with these bales. It's going to be kind of a pain with them on the field, you know what I mean? To try to windrow. Now, I could just go for sake of time and pick them all up real quick.
I think you could work around it.
Or I could do that too. Oh, I got an idea to make it maybe where we can. Yeah, but that Vermeer rake is nice. Were you here when I was raking already with that scarab? Let me just pick it up and I'll take it down there. And then we'll look at it when we get it down there. You weren't? Okay. Yeah, it's pretty awesome. Well, this thing here will get some work done. It's pretty big, but that other rake is cool. Freddie Fazebear, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Or Fozbear. Okay. We'll do a little bit with this, and then I'll go back to using the other one. Since I'm really looking at the Vermeer stuff. Just real briefly, we found this in the store. Apparently it's in there right now. I can't promise you what's going to be there when you guys get the pack, though, the update. Maybe it's not supposed to be in there. I don't know. But since it's there, we'll try it. But like I said, I have no information. So look at that thing. It's a beast, man.
Right.
Oh yeah, maybe it is. Yep. That may be true. It's all in what you like. We got nothing really special as far as somewhat. You can maybe move that a little bit, but yeah, here you go. It's good. It's got a good sound to it, and I don't know. Pretty much very similar to a lot of the other equipment. Oh, now the back one goes up too, but it took a minute. So that's what we're looking at here. Got lots of tires. So front goes down, and then after delay, the back goes down. We got a bale in the way. $15 mph working speed, or I mean, kilometers. Sorry, man, I'm telling you, the kilometers thing gets me every time. You can tell I'm an American. Pretty neat. I mean, definitely an interesting unit. I still like the Vermeer better.
Beat that Vermeer. That's a nice unit.
It does a great job. Yeah.
I mean, it's what you're looking for too. That thing does a huge swath.
Yeah,
If that's how you like it, then yeah, it's going to be a good option.
there you see how it moves. It's pretty neat. Is it just me, or is it a bit bumpy jumping around? It was jumping around a little bit. Yeah. No, so it's not just you.
That could also be a little bit to do with the update not necessarily being completely stable.
Yeah, and they haven't announced that yet. So I don't know if there's any tweaking that needs to be done on that. But the Vermeer rake is definitely good. Windrows are very wide. Yeah, I mean, this one's not going to be very spread apart, but you notice you notice how far the bales are spread out. They're not that far. 150 centimeter. But look at this thing. This thing's cool. Okay, so we're going to unfold it. Cool sounds. Lower it down. Then you got your roll bar. If you want to, you can change this, but I did not notice that much difference in the width of the windrows like that, to be honest. Anyway. This thing, I don't know, it just looks neat. Very simple. Just, raking the grass up. Now what's going to happen is that row I put up here, it's going to be in the way. So now I'm going to have to come up here and hit it going the other way. Now, if I hired a worker, let's see how the worker does. Here. Let's see how a worker does with this. It's not going to like it because I got bales in the field, but that's fine. I'm going to go down here, and I'm going to use this as the... no, I'm going to push this bale, alright? I think. No, you're not. And the roll bar's not collidable, or the front bar is not collidable. Oh yeah, no problem, man. Take it easy. I know it sounds like it's real early in the morning for you, man. Okay, but we'll pull up here like so. Yeah, no problem. You have a good one as well. Alright, so that's what that's going to do. I'll tell you what I am going to do. I'm going to go back here with my other tractor, although it's overkill, and I'm going to grab the other baler so that I save a little time. And thank you for that follow. Scarab 0909. Thank you so much. Okay, so we'll grab the other baler then. And we'll take it up there, and again, the same unit that's on the zero turn, just configured differently. It's got the outside panels on it and stuff. But this baler, literally the same unit as the other one, just a pull behind. I mean, it's pretty good size. Tractor's huge, but, it'll work. That was the mower back there that we used earlier. But we'll see how confused the hired worker gets with those bales on the field already.
Yeah, probably just drag them all around.
Probably. I like the profile of this bale. Like, it's neat. It's nice.
Yeah. It's not a fancy looking baler, but it's a really nice looking baler.
Yeah, it is. Just looking at it right there. And what we'll do is, while the worker is doing that, we'll start this. So there's nothing to unfold. It has its own bale counter, and we're going to 150 size bales. It'll do 125, 150, and 180. So we'll do it like that. Put the collector down. I like the animation on top too. It looks cool. All right, so let's. Now I feel like that is doing thinner swaths. I made it thinner this time. And it's not looking bad.
Yeah, they look neat. A little
Okay, so we're gonna open the unit, kick out the baler. When we shut it, it'll pull that bar up a little bit and kick the bale out a little bit. Well, no, it won't. That one rolled. It would have if it was close enough. The automatic drop you see, if you can see that in the HUD, is a mod. And again, if I turn on the mod to do automatic drop, and A Barry J. Hey Barry J. How you doing tonight, Barry? Thank you for the raid, sir. Welcome aboard. Welcome to your viewers as well. I hope you guys are having a great day, a great night, whatever time it is for you. We're looking at the Vermeer pack. Right now I'm using the Vermeer pull behind baler. But welcome, welcome. Okay, so we've been mowing this field. We've mowed it. We've windrowed it. That's the Vermeer windrower going that way. This is the pull behind baler, and I also have the self-propelled baler over there. So we've also looked at the processor, everything in the pack coming out on Tuesday. Hey Bundy, how you doing? How you doing, guys? Thank you for the raid, Barry. Hope you're well tonight. Like I said, we're checking out the Vermeer DLC. Coming out on Tuesday, and I really appreciate that. Welcome to your viewers. Hope you guys have had a great night. How was your farming tonight? And what map were you on? If you guys have any questions about the Vermeer pack, shoot them my way. We are on Land Down Under, okay? Well, I know that Barry doesn't use such small equipment. But if anybody in Barry's community, if you guys have a question about the Vermeer DLC, I'll be happy to help you with it if I can. We've spent quite a bit of time tonight talking about it, to be honest. When you have time, could I see the pack? Oh, yeah. Of course. When I come around to the other side, I'll show it to you. So here's the pull behind baler, the 605, okay? And just to give you a rundown, I'll show you some different things, but this right here is the baler. It's a round baler. It'll do 3 sizes, the 125, the 150, and the 180 size round bale. And 17 kilometers per hour, 100 horsepower. It's a nice baler. Good, solid round baler. Now, this is the same unit that was also on the self-propelled, which I'll show you in 1 second. So let me finish this row, and then I'll show you the other one. Now, the nice thing about this is it does not auto-discharge, and it doesn't wrap, but it just does solid bales. So when I kick out the bale, it'll come out of the hopper. When I shut it, it'll kick it back as well. Well, if it needs to. Shadow McKay, thank you for the raid with 1 viewer. I appreciate that. Welcome to the stream. I hope you guys are having a great day, great night, whatever time it is for you. And there's the fireworks. Yeah, well, I'll show you the other baler. Let me go down to the end of this row with this, and then we'll hop in the auto drive, the zero turn self-propelled one, which I know that's the thing that lots of people are interested in. This is a very solid pull behind baler though. And there's a very solid mower. Came with the pack and the windrower as well. Not a big windrower, but definitely has the modern take on the old-fashioned roll bar baler, as James would say. We'll look.
Old roll bar rake.
The rake. Baler. I said baler. Sorry, I've been streaming too long. Rake. Yes. I knew what I wanted to say, but my tongue didn't stop it before it came out. Y'all ever have that problem? Of course. Okay. Yeah, rake is what I meant to say. My bad. All right. So, come to the end of this. Let me go ahead and show you the rake first, as it's on the hired worker over there. All right. So, just real quick, I'll demonstrate the pull behind, or the self-propelled zero turn baler. We do want to point out to you guys that this is a 605N pull behind. Here's the zero turn vehicle, and you'll notice right here on the back, this is also a 605N and Z. So same exact baler. This is just has some of the panels removed and but slightly differently configured to mount on the back of this thing right here. So what's new in 1.7? Sorry to tell you, Drew, I do not have patch notes for 1.7. That's not something that'll be released. So, the only information they gave us was the file for the pre-release of the Vermeer pack DLC. So can't tell you anything else more about it because I don't know. Anyway, so that's that. I'll drive it in just a minute. This is a very big machine, by the way. I mean, those tires are probably 6 feet. Good 6 feet, or maybe a little less, but All right. Let me do this first before we go to baling, because it may finish windrowing. Well, you can see the hard worker having a fight with my bales. Oh, no problem, Drew. You didn't know. So, here's your, let me go ahead and stop the worker. So, go ahead and fold this up so you can see it from the beginning. There it is, all closed up and ready to go. Go ahead and unfold the baler. And you can change the width of the windrow right here. I had it set to the tightest one. And then you lower it down, notice that. And then you see the workings of the machine. So it'll go 17 kilometers per hour. So she moves along pretty well. You can see how it's picking up the grass there. I think it has very nice animations. It's got very nice sounds. Just a real simple rake. I mean, oops. Okay. So let's take that now. This is the pull by. Let me. Oop. Wrong thing. Oh, by the way, this class rake, we also saw it show up in the menu. It's not part of the DLC. I'm guessing it's part of the patch, but I'm not sure. Anyway, I won't go into that because I'm not sure well, I mean, it's in the game, so obviously they gave the copy I got, but I don't know that there's any information about it or if it'll even be in the final 1.7 patch or not. It may be. So if it is, it is. If it's not, then, well, you'll just have to wait till it is. But anyway, that's there. It's a neat rake. I don't see anything super incredible about it. But anyway, let's go ahead and get this started. So basically, here's your unit. We'll lower it down. You see the collector start. From here, we can kind of see that working. And then when I'm ready to unload, I don't know if it'll do it when I don't have anything in there. It won't. I got to fill it. All right. Well, let's go ahead and nice engine sound. It is. Very nice hydraulic sounds, too. But I really like this piece of equipment right here. It does not automatic discharge, but what it does do is it kicks the bale out far enough to where you don't have to move to shut the door. So we'll now see it come out. Notice all the workings of that. That's neat. All right. And then when we shut it, the smaller pull behind doesn't have to do this. But on this, when you shut it, the little bar will kick the bale back a little bit so the door can shut without hitting it. Very well. Very well done. Now, as far as what's in the other pack, I've already finished mowing. Oop. So I can't really show you mowing, but I can show you the mower. All right, right here. It folds out. It's, what was it, 6.3 meters? I believe that's true. It kicks out to the side of your tractor. So when it's open.
Yeah, it was 6.3 mowing with the balloon.
Yeah. So it'll kick out to the side. Either side, Barry, yes. And once I get a tractor here, if you're still here, I'll be happy to open it. But now also you have one other item. Let's see. Is that, can I get? Yeah. So over here, we have the bale processor, which will either discharge and put the straw back in a row, or it will blow it out. So basically you put the bale in, open up, first of all, to put the bale in correctly, these little these bars come down and you back up and collect it. This is designed for round bales, although we did find out Vermeer actually does make a altercation to it that will pick up square bales if it's modified. This version, the way that Giants is releasing it, does not have the ability to do square bales officially, although I have put a square bale in here earlier tonight, and we shredded it over here and also inside. Now, if you want to, you can discharge the contents. This is just with it being shredded and blown out the side. All right. And then this was like unloading it into a windrow. All right. All right, so that was back at the beginning of the stream. If I have time, again, I can bring my tractor back over there. I don't have a tractor over there right now, but hey, yo, Maverick.
Is this a bad time?
No, we're streaming Farm Sim, hanging out. What are you doing?
Oh, not too much. Trying to figure out what to do, if anything.
Right, well, we're doing a little preview of the Vermeer pack pre-release DLC coming out on Tuesday.
Oh, cool.
For Giants here. So, and just talking to Aberry J's community and a couple others and chat about the different options you have here.
Right. Oh, Creepy Horseman is on.
So that's what we're doing.
I didn't know that Creepy Horseman was on. Oh, okay, cool.
So we'll just keep baling with this. I of the two balers, I like the self-propelled baler the best. But if I had to do round bales and I didn't have the money, then I would go with the other one. I just might have to do a new map. I'm liking this more and more, Cromwell. Yeah, it's, you know what? This is a very well done DLC. So right now it's $6.99 on Giant's website. That's 13% off. It'll go up to $7.99 on Tuesday on Giants. I don't know about Steam.
So this machine is a baler. I've never seen anything like that.
Yeah, it's the first of its kind self-propelled baler. I wish I had that. I don't even think I have the video still. I wish I had the video of it still. It's in real life video of it. But I might could find it. I played it at the beginning of the stream. But yeah, it's awesome unit. I mean, and it's definitely available out there to purchase for however much a farmer might want to pay for it.
Right.
But it's and what's cool is, and James caught this, that it's the same as the pull behind baler. It's just reconfigured to put in on a vehicle, like self-propelled vehicle, but it's literally the same piece of equipment for the most part. Yeah, you know, the DLCs that they've done, I'm really happy with this one. I think it's very, very well done. So, you know, obviously there's some things that we talked about with the mower that it'd be awesome to see Giants do. When you flip sides with the mower, if they made a mechanism in it like the in-game plows, the vanilla plows that turn when you turn directions, an automatic feature to make it pull behind on the opposite side would be cool. But mower's still nice though. I mean, and you know, we got a real farmer's stamp of approval today.
No.
That was James.
I've been excited for this for a while.
So this is a contract on this field, so I am going to have to wrap all these bales. I don't know how much of that I'll do tonight, but probably won't do much of it because it's already 10 after 10 for me. So, but I still got time. You know, I don't know that it'll do a worker. I'm pretty sure it won't.
Pretty sure balers or hired workers could bail now.
I don't know. When I hit H, what it does is it goes to the create job. So I'd have to do course play, I guess. I'm not sure that it will.
At that point, then you'd have to do course play on the windrower to have it to the right.
Right.
So you can copy the course.
Right. So yeah, it doesn't look like it'll let me hire a worker. Now, I'm not saying that that's the final copy, because, you know, I don't know that Giants, you know, I would assume they're done with it, but, you know, you never know. As of right now in the pre-release, it doesn't look like a hired worker will do it at this moment. This thing operates at 18 kilometers per hour, which is nice and fast. Unless you're Barry. And that is, you know, it better do 30. I'm just.
Why do you have it set on kilometers and euros? I'm just curious.
I don't remember why I did that.
Okay. That's a good enough answer. It's
Uh,
a few times now.
I don't have a good answer.
Okay. Well, that's a good enough answer for me.
I mean, why would I? I guess we bail at 11. Oh, sorry, but Barry. Well, now you can bail at 18, Barry, and not feel guilty.
11 mile an hour and 18 mile an hour. I think we're pretty close to the same.
Oh, 18 kilometers. Yeah. Okay. You're probably right. I'm sorry, I'm an American. We do miles per hour. I don't know what the conversion is. You're slowing down in your old age? No, you're not. You don't fool me. Do you have any questions about it at this point? In the chat. Anybody have a question or a comment? As long as it's constructive. Just a show in the chat. How many of you think that you will be getting the, if you maybe you don't have the season pass or you do have it? So, how many of you, I guess, will be getting, and will you think you'll use anything in the Vermeer pack? Type of 1. If you don't think you care anything about it, press 2. If you're buried, just type 12. Or if you're lurking and you don't want to tab out a game, then just yell it real loud. Ah! Whoa, not on mic. If you're not in Discord.
You could yell real loud.
I mean, Maverick's playing Phasmophobia there. It's a DLC. We won't be using it. Well, I mean, as a Barry. All right, here in the Great White North. Wait, us maple syrup blooded folk like numbers divisible by tens.
Not all of them. I'm in the Great White North, and I operate mostly on the Imperial system.
Yeah, I know.
But I at least know my conversion rates.
I couldn't tell you.
I know
for sure. I mean, I can get a ballpark. Isn't a mile like 1.3 kilometers or 1.6?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, 1.6.
Yeah, 1.6. Okay.
There's 2.2 pounds in a kilogram. Those are the main two.
I think we have a lot of people that don't want to tab out of their game. That's okay. You don't have to answer.
And I don't know the conversion for freedom degrees. It just I kind of understand where one relates to the other.
$5,500 liters of grass in the bale. This is the 150 centimeter bale. I could do 180s, but then I won't be able to wrap them. And since I'm supposed to wrap these for a contract, then I better not do that. It looks like my windrower is finished. If I could finish this, I would take the tractor back over and mess with the shredder for a few more minutes. Oop. So the only thing with me and round balers is that I get to the end, it's full, and I never stop before I keep moving 10 feet or 20 feet. Tell you what I will do. Okay, I think I'm gonna jump out of this for now. I think I'll leave that here. And apparently we're sitting on a bale with nothing to do. But that's okay, because Superman was a farmer. I'm not saying I'm Superman, but, you know. All right, so let's go ahead and close up the windrower.
Troubles, Maverick?
Debates.
Oh, debates. Well, those are always fun.
With myself. With myself.
Oh, you know what I want to do?
Better.
No, you know what? You know what? Never mind. I was going to do something, but Actually, you know what? I do need to do this. Okay. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take the baler on the back of the other tractor. I'm not finished with this job, but that's okay. I can come back to this. For you guys, the sake of you guys in the chat that weren't here earlier, I'm gonna go and take my John Deere back over to the animal farm, and we'll look at the shredder one more time. So I don't think I'll rehash the mower, because the mower pretty much operates, you know, just like the other side mowers. It's just, you know, a Vermeer. Nice mod. Very well done. I like it. I would definitely use it. I don't know if I'll use it in my Pleasant Valley save, but on a certain map, given the right map, I would use it. I might get one just so I can have variety on this map. But, you know, Dave's map is a 4X production map, so not really, you know, I'm looking for bigger equipment as a rule. So let's drive this back over to the animal farm real quick. The reason I'm bringing the baler over there is because I have straw on the ground, and I'd like to pick it up, because I don't have anything over there to pick it up with. So I might as well take the baler. We just need some small harvester DLC to start a mini setup. Well, yeah, you know, definitely if they have a, you know, manufacturer or someone out there that they feel like it would be a good fit to have a DLC, I'm sure they would do it. You know, I'm sure most of us would like to see a DLC for, what's that?
Trouble is they like to stick with new items.
Yeah, these companies, yeah.
There's no new harvesters.
Right, these companies, when Giants talks to them about what equipment they want to share, they don't want to go and show you the 1970s model, unfortunately. However, for a gaming scenario, it would be cool, but I like going smaller. A 0.25 map? Well, I mean, you know, there's a such thing as a map being, like, you can definitely just farm a couple of fields if you want it small. I see your point. I mean, but some of your 1x maps, I mean, you get a farm and buy 3 fields right around it, you pretty much have a 0.25 map. You know, this particular map, you know, that'd be a very small area. Man, it's not often that Barry stops streaming before I do. It's a very rare instance where Barry is able to raid over to me, and I really appreciate that. I've raided him a lot, but generally I'm done, man. Barry's a late gamer, man. For wheels, anyway. So very rarely do I end up lurking in his streams when I'm done with mine, usually. I do appreciate Giants providing Dadgenet with some copies of the pre-release. That's where I got it. I had 4 hours sleep and 48. Whoa, dude. I was at the vet with Coda for 36. Really? Almost lost him. Wow, man, I guess. Is he stable now, or what is the prognosis? Hope he's all right. I don't know what happened, but I hope he'll make it through. Yeah, he is. He got us some grapes and went into. Oh, wow. Well, I'm glad your little buddy made it through, man. That's a long time to. You had no idea grapes could be fatal to dogs. Honestly, I didn't know that either.
Nope, that's news to me.
Seems like I remember my like somebody saying don't feed a dog grapes before. Seems like I've heard this. Don't know from where or how. I do believe I've heard this from someone. All right, so I'm going to pick up this windrow that I put out here. Obviously, I could paint over the top of it, but he's weak but doing well. Brought him home today. Gotcha. Well, that's good. Okay, so drop that back down. It may take me a second to pick up the second part. All right, so let me spin around, pick up the rest of this real quick, and then we'll show you the bale shredding and, you know, basically some stuff about it that we kind of figured out or understood. Okay. So that is a partial bale. Now, one thing that's difficult to do, and I think this is the struggle making a video game is that we struggle to like simulate how heavy a bale is and like how soft it is. So apparently, you'll be interested to know, James, that you cannot empty a partial bale out of this thing at this moment.
Huh.
So at this moment, the baler does not spit out a partial bale, even when it's off. So, you know, you got straw in there, it's going to stay, it looks like. Maybe that's something that they will change. I don't know. I was told raisins, but I guess they would be worse. Yeah, I guess. I don't know. So, yep, unfortunately, you cannot. Well, maybe you can if it's over a certain amount. I don't know. At the percentage that one was, it wouldn't do it. So, yeah, so let's give you a rundown real quick on the bale processor. It's a little bit challenging. First thing I'm going to do, for sake of time here, is it's meant to pick up bales on their side. So in the video we watched, they were actually picking up bales that were strung out in a line. Yes, they were strung out bales. Okay, so, you know, best thing to do would be to unload them like this if you want to use it in the purest form. Okay. I don't know if it'll work, but so then you'll come over here and you'll grab the, you know what, we should probably just get rid of the forks, James, you know.
Yeah, if you just take the loader off, it'll just go smoother, I think.
Yeah. So come up here and connect to it. Again, we watched a video on the real life use of this machine. So on mouse and keyboard, basically you run your mouse up and down and you will open those tongs out. Now, you know, I could have waited until I was closer, but and I can't back up worth a flip, so probably better than Maverick, but you know. Just check and see if he's awake. Yeah, he's not, so moving along. Okay.
More or less.
Okay, good. All right, so okay, come back next week and I'll line up to pick these up. Of course, it won't be pre-released by then. Be like, geez, Wheels, by the time you load 2 bales, this pre-release is going to be over. So anyway, you can lower it all the way down. Now, something to comment on is it does sit on an angle, but in real life, these tongs that are sticking out are actually floating, so they do have some give to them. And again, this unit right here can be reconfigured with the walls on it to do square bales, but this pickup is for round, and you can't reconfigure it in Farm Sim. Just, we're talking real life there. So, all right. So, but in real life, those tongs do sit at an angle, but they're floating. So, they're a little bit more flexible. So anyway, what I'll do is I'll pull up here. Okay. Going down on the... Okay, so because it's up against the wall... Now, the reason I'm doing it up against the wall is that the bales tend to slide backwards. And again, you know, these bales are, according to James, you know, about 800 pounds. So they're not going to move unless you know, they would move, but there would be enough resistance there for you to slide the tongs underneath, depending on, you know, unless there's something weird. Now, one thing about it is once you get it up here, you know, again, real life is different because this would settle down into the machine and gravity would push it forward, and also, you know, it's softer, so it's going to kind of like a pillow, you know, giant straw pillow.
First time I've heard a bale referred to like a pillow, but
Hey, I say lots of stuff for the first time.
with that, we can go with that.
Well, it's got give to it, man. I don't know how to say it otherwise. It's not a soft pillow. I mean, I wouldn't, you know, sleep on it or
Quite
nothing.
that far?
No, but I mean,
Yeah, nothing like a 800 pound.
well, I wasn't saying use it as a pillow. I said soft, like a could be softer, like there's a give to it, like a never mind. Okay, so in reality, that bale. What I'm trying to say is, in reality, the bale is softer than it is in Farm Sim, and that would drop in and kind of settle in a little bit. To quote, well, I don't know. I'm not quoting anybody because I'll get it wrong. I don't want to be like the average newscast. Okay. All right. So we're going to grab the second one, and if we can. Now, one of the problems in this is it's hitting the wall. But if I pull forward, basically, in real life, that's pretty much how I think Vermeer it would do. So now, you know, according to unnamed sources, they've crammed 4 bales into a thing kind of like this that were square, but we won't name any names. But, you know, obviously This is, I think, the way they intended it to look. So it holds 2 bales, and I think that's the way they mean it. So now my cows already have enough bedding, so I can't really... In the olden days, people did sleep on mattresses stuffed with straw. Thank you, Cromwell. All right.
It's a fine mattress, but I don't think as a pillow it's too large, too heavy.
Well, I wasn't saying it goes on the bed. Anyways. All right, so... Okay, so you got two choices here, okay? You can use the straw blower by pressing U, okay? And then you don't have to turn it on. It's just when you get a trigger, you pull into the trigger. Well, in this case, we'll hit I for the trigger. And it's filling up the fill point there, okay? So now that seems to be full. Great. All right, so I guess what we'll do, we maybe could unload a little bit. Let's just get that other one up, like I did that on purpose, right? Okay, yeet. Okay, thank you. Since I can't do 2, because I'm not going to have enough in here for 2, well, now we'll just do the unload instead of the blower. So we'll hit U, and it'll go like that, basically. And that's it. So, yeah. Now, again, you can put a square one in there if you want. It actually would fit. And I think in Farm Sim, what I would do is either put my bales up against the wall, the round ones up against the wall that they can lean on and you can push on, or another vehicle, you know, you could park something behind it. I think what I'm prone to do would be to attach this to a tractor, come up with another front loader or skid steer or whatever, and just place a bale either in there already or right there on the tongs. I'd probably put one in there, one on the tongs, and then close it up and take it and do what I need to do with it. Any questions on the anything with the Vermeer pack? Because we pretty much covered all of it. I like this one better than the other small shredders that are in the game. Of course, these are leased equipment, so as soon as I send it back, that bale's gonna fall, which is fine. Okay. So that's that. What time is it? 10:38 for me. And then the last thing I learned about that is that it does not discharge a partial bale. Now my question is, will this one discharge a partial bale? And the answer to that is no. You cannot get rid of a partial bale. So what happens if you start picking up straw with this? Will it change what's in there to straw?
Should.
Yeah. So maybe we'll have to watch and see if they allow you to empty out a partial bale, but in the future. But it doesn't look like it's going to. So. All right. Well, I think. Let's see. I think everybody I know is going to be wrapping up soon.
Oh, likely, yeah.
Most likely. All right, guys, I'll tell you what. I was going to keep on bailing. I think what I'm going to do, though, I think I'm going to wrap things up from here. So I appreciate all the follows, the raids from Shadow McKee, Aberry J. Thanks a lot, guys. I hope you have a great night. Wish your dog the best there, Barry. You're still with us, Cromwell. Thanks for chatting in the chat there. And thanks to Farmer James for all of his great input tonight. Give us a lot of interesting tidbits, so I appreciate that. And Maverick for, well, I can't think of nothing, but thanks for being here.
You're welcome, sir.
Okay.
Moral support. He was here for moral
Yes.
support.
Thank you for the moral support. That's right.
Got you.
That's right. Thank you.
He can at least get credit for that.
Thank you. All right. So, I don't know how long he's been on. Let me check one person here. I think I know who I might want to send you to. And that is this person. But let me see.
The one, the only, this person.
Okay. Well, I don't want to make, start making names or saying names until. Okay. But I think he's going to be on for a while. All right. So I'm waiting for the ad to end. But what we're going to do is send you over to an old-time Pleasant Valley player, Viper 278. He's on PV Wolf Creek as well. Nice guy. I've known him for, vaguely for a while, but he's definitely been around for a good bit. So we'll send you to Viper for now, guys. Once again, I appreciate everybody being here. Thank you for the lurks. Thank you for staying with me from the raid. I appreciate that. If I missed anybody, sorry about that. Turtle, we'll talk to you later as well. The rest of you guys, have a great night. I'm initiating the raid now. And there we go. As soon as that counts down, we're going to send you off to Viper. And as always, have a great night. Wheels out for now.
Wheels out. I was like wheels out. That's a good catch line.